planning matters.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. We have a first on our agenda is the Planning Council portion of our meetings for today. And before I begin with that, I would like to do a recognition that we are acknowledging that we are on the traditional ancestral territory of the Anishinaabe, specifically the Ojibwe, Chippewa, and Algonquian peoples. This territory is covered by the Robinson-Huron Treaty of 1850 and the Williams Treaty of 1923. As settlers and relative newcomers, we are grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we thank all the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. Long before today, as we gather here, there were Indigenous peoples who have been the stewards of these lands and waters. We recognize and deeply appreciate their historic connection to this place. We also recognize the contributions First Nations, Métis, Inuit, and other Indigenous peoples have made, both in shaping and strengthening this community in particular, and our province and country as a whole. As settlers, this recognition of the contributions and historic importance of Indigenous people must also be clearly and overtly connected to our collective commitment to make the promise and challenge of truth and reconciliation real in our communities. I'd also like to acknowledge the Wata Mohawks, Moose Deer Point, and Christian Island and Indigenous communities within our township. Thank you, Miigwech. I would like to further add one other that is not part of my normal script, and that is the fact that half an hour ago I announced the resignation of our CAO, effective 3 weeks from now, and I'm sure it's something that has taken all of us somewhat by surprise, and I don't mind saying I don't consider this happy news whatsoever. There's disappointment and frustration involved, but also great appreciation. And I mention the appreciation simply because in all the 5.5 years that Ms. Kennard has been here, she's built a very strong team. And even though I would argue she's going to leave a great void, the good news is that we have a strong team that will help us fill that void. And I think we're very fortunate in that. Lori, I wish you great success.
Thank you.
And now we're going to try to do the routine business that was planned on the agenda. So my first duty in that regard is asking whether any of my fellow councillors have any declarations of pecuniary interest with regards to this Planning Council agenda. Seeing no hands raised, I will now make the resolution, offer the resolution. Be it resolved that Council adopts the Planning Council agenda of June 10, 2019 as circulated. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is a public meeting held under the authority of the Municipal Act, which means I have to recite. This morning there is a public meeting scheduled for one road closing application. I will briefly summarize the procedure to be utilized for the meeting. First, the clerk will advise council as to when, how, and to whom notice of the public meeting was circulated. Next, the clerk will advise of the purpose and effect of the bylaw and provide for any other information that is relevant to the application. From there, the applicant and members of the public will have an opportunity to speak to the bylaw being considered. Council will then consider the bylaw immediately following. I now declare this meeting to be a public meeting pursuant to the Municipal Act of 2001, Section 25, as amended to deal with the following proposed road closing bylaw. 2019-69 North Shore Road. To the clerk.
Notice of the public meeting was published in a newspaper, and notice was sent to the abutting neighbors of the property at least 20 days prior to today's meeting.
To staff.
And that is me again.
It says staff.
So returning councillors will remember that we've worked on this file for some time. Mainly a few years back we closed this road allowance and sold to this property owner here. I think it says 839 Kameni Bay Road. We've closed that off, and we closed this off here. And he's purchased all of that. Recently, I came to council to declare this area of land surplus. for the purpose of selling, and we advertised it, and no one has offered to purchase any of this area except for the owner of 839. So I will just move on to the, so you can see it, the aerial view here. So the applicant has since purchased this area some time ago. This turnaround was deemed surplus a couple years back as well. And then recently council deemed this area surplus. But since it's a road allowance, we still have to go through the road allowance process by having this public meeting this morning. The surplus land is not a public meeting application, but because it's the same applicant buying abutting properties, we're doing it all at the same time. So council should remember that when we deem this area surplus, the condition was whoever purchases this and this will have to construct a new turnaround as they're taking away the turnaround for township vehicles who maintain the road in the wintertime. So the applicant has since the applicant owns all of this land here surrounding it, he has since built he's in the midst of building a turnaround in this area so that when ownership is completed here, the township does have an area here, and a survey has been done. So this is the area of the turnaround that is being constructed now. This is the road allowance, and the applicant owns that property, that property, that property, that property. So the notice was sent only to him as he's the only abutting property owner, and this is the current turnaround right now. So the application in front of you is for the public meeting portion is to purchase this piece. The resolution also includes this piece. And this piece is just surveyed because that is where the turnaround is going. There's no sale involved in that portion right there today. So when we had letters of opinion submitted a few years ago when this process started, and they had stated that because there's no really municipal or public use for the road allowances that we were selling, they recommended that we sell the lands for whatever the purchase price is of the day for the road allowance. And that being $6 a square meter, the total price for these two areas, $13,585.20 plus HST. So staff have no concerns selling these two portions to the applicants, as this will complete the file of him purchasing the surrounding property for privacy issues. That's it.
And that is your report.
That is my report.
Council, does anyone have any concerns? Councillor Douglas.
I don't have a concern, I just got a question, I just had a message us. When he purchases, it'll be a long day. When he purchases the road and the turnaround, the existing turnaround, that no longer will be a road, or it's up to him what he does with it, is that correct?
It will no longer be public access,
Okay.
but because he is the owner of all the surrounding properties, it does not affect any homeowner on that road.
Okay, yep, thank you.
Councillor Jarvis.
There's a property, I'm going to lot numbers, the next building down there. So was that person involved in any of the process at all? Were they
No.
advised?
No.
And wasn't necessary?
It wasn't necessary. But it was put in the paper.
Okay,
and,
that's fine.
And it was stated that today was a public meeting.
Councillor Cooper.
Just for clarification, so just trying to understand all the different pieces, there's a lot of pieces here. Which is sort of the main residence where the homeowner is? It's the pie-shaped one that says 839
I think it's 839
or something?
Yes.
Okay, and I also had a query from a resident in the area about work that's going on in this area right now.
Yes, so I visited the site a couple weeks ago. Like I said, they are already constructing this turnaround. There has been some, I don't want to say clear cutting, they've removed some trees. And I did email the applicant's agent last week, and he stated he was just doing landscaping. And I asked for additional information about the purpose of that, and I haven't heard back yet.
So just to further that point, have you checked with the building department? Has there been any applications around any sort of work activity here?
There have been no applications.
Councillor Jarvis.
Actually, I just recall I was up that road just recently and I didn't realize that that was the road I was looking at. But that is, clear cut would be an easy term for that. They have totally cleared the land vegetation and everything from that side slope on the right-hand side of that road. I don't know what the, go down the straight part of the road, there and here. That's been totally cleared, and they're removing topsoil and everything. So to me, that's a full clear cut. I don't know, I mean, he owns the property,
He
correct?
does, yes.
So is he, I don't know what he's entitled to do, but that clear cutting would be I think would be a light term for what he's done. He has totally cleared that property. And I don't know what the implications are.
And I will look into that, but today it is the purchase that we're looking at.
Okay.
Councilor Bochek.
I did have an inquiry from a resident on the road that he was concerned that he owns an abutting land to the land that is about to be purchased, not the one that is up for public meeting, but the land itself, the surplus land, and he has abutting property to that. And his concern that one day he would sever his land, allow his children to build on it, and he was hoping to have access to that property via that court because that property was not sold, and in order to gain access to his property, he would have liked to come through a concession road allowance to get to it. I did speak to our clerk about it, and she assured me that none of this purchase would affect the access to his property, and I forwarded that information on, and I haven't heard anything from that point forward, but I don't know if he's taking his time or if he hasn't figured out what it's all about, but I hope he's got everything in order that he needed to get in order, because once this is sold, there would be no access to any property around it.
Well, just to clarify, this has already been sold. I'm not sure where this person's property is. So this road allowance has already been sold and closed. And this road allowance until, I think, here, has been sold and closed. So because this application here is just for this turnaround and this section here.
If we could go back to that 118, I'm sorry, I don't have,
This one?
118 is the Gendron property
Yeah.
that was of concern. And to access the rear part of that property, if he were to sever off that rear part, then the only access would be through his own property now.
You could access it here, if needed. This area has already been sold,
Correct.
so that area is already closed up. This application is just for these two parcels, which the applicant surrounds the entire road allowance and turnaround. So closing this and selling it affects no one's access except for the applicant.
Thank you for the clarity, I appreciate
You're
that.
Councilor Cooper.
Just to that point, I was going to ask the clerk, 118, which was being referenced, is actually on whatever it's called. What is it, Kamani Bay Road? So 118's got access, effectively, is what you're saying.
119 has access through Muskie Bay Road.
But also, do they not have access through this Kamani Bay Road?
No,
or-
they don't, because the private road ends here.
Oh.
This is Kamani Bay Road here.
Oh, so what's, I'm sorry.
The white is the road allowance that
Oh,
we
it's a
have.
road allowance, but it's not a road.
That's correct.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
Okay,
Sorry, I'm
so-
speaking clerk language. I apologize.
Clerk, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other councilors wish to comment, or should I read the resolution? Councilor Bochek.
Through our clerk again, can we go back to that? Yes. Can you show me exactly where the road would be stopped up and closed in relationship to 118?
Well, because it's zoomed in so far here to show you details, you don't even see 118. 118 is down here.
You just see the corner.
So this area here has already been closed up
Okay.
previously, and I think it goes to here. I might have to double check because maybe it goes to there. I did speak with this property owner years ago when we did this entire purchase, and it's possible it stopped there, but I'd have to verify that. But either way, he would still have access if he wanted to purchase this road allowance or get a license of occupation of some sort to at least here. But I can verify if this area has been closed and let you know so you can advise the resident.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm going to read the resolution. Be it resolved, the council passed bylaws 2019-69 and 2019-70, being a bylaw to stop up, close, and sell the road allowance between 730 and 805 North Shore Road, Part 2, and sell the turnaround, Part 3, on Plan 35R-25909 to the owner of 805 and 839 North Shore Road. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3. That's carried. This is part of the same thing.
Can I just go first?
Yes.
I don't mean to take over your job, but next on the agenda is I'm going to do a sort of a verbal just explanation of shore road allowance and when it comes to surveys and the high water mark. I don't have anything prepared for you, but I do have a few surveys to show you of previous examples of what surveys we've had done. I would say prior to 2008 when I started, the price for shore road allowance was 22 cents a square meter. Then when I did start here, it was increased to $4 a square meter. And then in 2012, 2013, it went up to $8 a square meter. So council is typically looking at this every 3-4 years about the policy. And this policy, like other township documents, it's living and breathing and can be updated at council's wish. So the policy also changed as back in the day, we would issue permits for structures on the shore road allowance even if the applicant didn't own it. And then we changed that we would issue permits provided that they submitted their application to purchase. But then since some people wouldn't actually complete the application and pay for the land, now the purchase has to be completed prior to a permit being issued. So if someone comes in to replace their dock or build a new dock or anything on the shore road allowance, they then have to apply to purchase their shore road allowance, have it go to council, pay for it before they can get a permit to construct anything on it. As until that point in time, it is our property and it's not right that we issue permits for structures to be built on township land. The front lot line does not change if the shore road allowance is purchased on Georgian Bay, which I think I've heard concerns from councils over the years about that concern. I think that's a little bit of a point of confusion because just because someone purchases their shore road allowance and now owns an additional 20 meters out from their front property line, that does not translate to now they can build 20 meters closer to the water or they can just build anything they want on it because they own it. They still need to follow the zoning regulations.
Can I ask questions?
You sure can.
So, the building department has interpreted that if I buy the shore road allowance in low water and survey out to that low water, not the 177.4 number, that land qualifies as land area of the lot for building purposes. That doesn't seem right based on what you're saying. First of all, I agree with your interpretation, thank you, that the front lot line is always the 177.4 number.
Mm-hmm.
But the township doesn't actually own the land under the water. That's federal land. And if we sell land below 177.4, we're selling somebody else's land and getting money for it, which we don't own. And the building department chooses to interpret that land that has been purchased now qualifies for the size and area of land for the purposes of a building permit. So we have a few anomalies there that need to be clarified.
Okay, so
Jess, if I can just add, so the land area consideration is defined in the zoning bylaw through the lot area definition, and the lot area definition doesn't include that. If we're considering what the lot size is, it's measured by the dimensions which stop at the front lot line, which would be the 177.4. So we don't consider those lands underwater as part of the lot area when we're determining whether or not it meets the requirements for the bylaw.
Can I respond to that? So, I like what you're saying. I believe that is also correct. I think we need to have some direct communication from senior staff to the building department so that they do not interpret it that way, the wrong way. I can tell you of a very specific case in point where the applicant was coached to buy the shore road allowance in low water to build up enough area of land from which then to be able to get a building permit because the lot was too small. So if what you say is true, and I believe it to be true, then we need to make sure that that is reinforced in both the planning and building departments so that there is no risk of issuance of a building permit because of purchasing of land under the water beyond the 177.4 number.
To your worship, just to be clear, is what you're saying that somebody purchased land below the 177.4, then they filled it in so that that land now had an elevation above the 177.4, then added that to the lot area? Is that what you're saying has happened?
No.
I just want to be clear.
No,
That's what it is.
what they did was, they were coached by somebody in the planning department to buy the shore road allowance in low water, surveyed in November. They were also coached to diagonally not project the shore road, the lot line out towards past or through the shore road allowance, but to diagonally shift that lot line in front of M&R property, which M&R objected to. But planning continued to support that recommendation, all so that they could end up with enough lot area to qualify for a building permit because the lot was too small. So that was clearly a violation of the policy that you're highlighting. I think we need to make sure that there is no risk of that violation happening in the future. And on Georgian Bay, where every survey that comes in for buying the shore road allowance seems to be reflecting the water as the date of the survey, because that's what they show, and the township accepts money from the applicant for all of the land that is surveyed down to that current water mark, as opposed to the 177.4 number.
Okay, so based on what I've heard over the last however many years I've been sitting in this room during these meetings, I do have a resolution that asks that council direct staff to amend the shore road allowance policy to state that shore road allowance will only be sold to the high water mark on non-controlled bodies of water.
Perfect.
So that's the resolution I have in front of council to discuss. But can I continue?
I have I'm sorry I just wanted to go back on something that you mentioned earlier in terms of issuing building permits for something somebody wants to construct on shore road allowance that they don't own. What happens if there's an existing structure there, though, and they want to, let's say, repair something? There's no restriction if you've got something on shore road allowance and you don't want to buy it. It's sort of grandfathered, is that how it works?
No, if a building permit is required, building will not sign off on it unless the shore road allowance has been purchased. So if these people, for instance, want to just repair the top boards of their dock, I think that's okay without a permit, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so then it wouldn't trigger the purchase of a shore road allowance.
Thank you. So they can still more or less maintain their
That's correct.
structures that are there.
That's correct.
Thank you. And as part of your resolution is my second question, you're going to be filling us in a little bit on the research you've done?
Yeah.
Lucky us, thanks.
That won't take long, I'll tell you.
Thank you.
So also in the resolution, I've added that as of July 2nd, all surveys submitted for shore road allowance purchase will have to reflect this amendment, if that is what council's wish is, because we currently have surveys in the office and applications. I think there's 2 applications coming forward in July, and again, it's up to council, but I just don't think it would be fair to now ask those people who've just spent money on a survey to go and have it resurveyed, since the policy technically has not changed at this point in time. Again, council can discuss that and decide if that's relevant or not. And because shore road allowance applications are quite pricey, if someone just wants to construct a dock to access their property, I feel that members of the public may feel a little bit of financial relief if this policy were to change, to state that we'd only sell to the high water mark and not to where the water is low or high at the day that the survey is done. So I just wanted to show you some surveys that we have taken in over the years. This is Little Go Home Bay, and you can see the shore road allowance they were available to purchase is very minimal. This is the entire shore road allowance here, but that's the road allowance that was not flooded, because currently the township does not sell flooded lands, as it shouldn't. It's in the policy. Baxter Lake, you'll see that this is the water level. But I want to get to the ones that are on Georgian Bay, because there's one in particular on here that will explain to you just visually why the policy should be amended. So here's one on Georgian Bay. So this was the entire 20 meters, the entire shore road allowance. Now these surveys, because these are not planning application or building permit surveys, they're not required to show the high water mark. So I don't know where the high water mark is on this property, but we did sell them the entire shore road allowance. Another one on Georgian Bay, again, no high water mark shown, but we sold the entire shore road allowance. I know it's coming. Here it is. So here's a property that they purchased this entire shore road allowance here. Now you'll see that the high water mark is here. So, technically, if the policy was the way that it could be, they would only have purchased this little area and not this entire area here. So that's the survey that I wanted to show you as what we have taken in the past. And if council wishes, we can amend the policy to reflect this change. And that's all I have to say about that.
Who had their hand up first? Okay, we'll go Councillor Hazelton, followed by Councillor Cooper.
Personal experience is that I bought a property in Georgian Bay and I had it surveyed and I have a 20-meter shore road allowance defined. And that was in '93. And then I had another survey done later and they said, no, the front of the property has to be the 177.4. And so they resurveyed a 20-meter setback of road allowance back from that 177.4, which meant when I bought the property, half my buildings were on shore road allowance. And after the new survey, all my buildings were on the shore road allowance, which when I look at your drawing up there in the top area, based on my experience of what happened to me, they would redefine that inner loop, if you will, of 177.4, and then they would redraw the shore road allowance back 20 meters from there.
I'm not sure that's legal or possible. Surveyors can't create shore road allowance. So I'm slightly confused on your situation.
Okay.
But like here is the shore road
Maybe it
allowance
was
here.
maybe it was just the 20-meter setback.
I think that's what it was, and not
Okay.
the shore road allowance.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. Thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
Yeah, so that was going to be part of my question. Does it go back to 20 meters? You're saying no, because
No.
technically the township says we only own this.
Yes, so
Versus,
for instance, this is shore road allowance right here.
Mhm.
So this, even if the water was up here, you can't create new shore road allowance. Like it's like property lines. There's a process to it. You can't just create. And if this was all flooded, we wouldn't sell any of it, and then this would be the water's edge.
Okay, so that was the first question. But you mentioned something else about building permits being issued a few minutes ago, just before you started on this, but and they're not considered, they don't consider shore road allowance, is that what I heard, or did I misunderstand you?
What I was speaking of was that the permits can't be issued until shore road allowance has been purchased. But Jamie spoke to the fact that when you buy the shore road allowance, it doesn't add to your property size. Is that
Right.
correct? Because planning only looks at from the high water mark back, is that right?
Through your worship, it would add to your property size if their land's above the 177.4, if they're below the 177.4, then from a zoning perspective. It would add to your property size from a legal perspective or a reference plan perspective, but not from a zoning perspective or zoning bylaw perspective. And it's the zoning bylaw that we use in order to evaluate lot area for issuance of building.
So, I'm sorry, that was the previous discussion, but somewhere along there you said something about the building, I thought you said something about the building department doesn't, when they issue a permit, doesn't consider the shore road allowance or the high water mark. Or, is that what you said? Or
No.
not? No?
No.
So the building department has to work in concurrence with the plan and the issue around short road allowance, they work along the same lines.
Well, in a way that when a permit comes in, building will email clerks and say, does this property own their shore road allowance?
Right.
Because they want to verify before they issue a permit. If they own their shore road allowance, they'll continue with the review. If they don't, then it's on us to contact them and
Thank
say
you.
you need to purchase your shore road allowance.
Thank
And if
you.
I can clarify one more thing, our policy now states that just because you purchase your shore road allowance, that does not give you the right to do any severance. Because some people might think that if they purchase a shore road allowance, then they get more property area, and then they'll have more property area to have a minimum lot area to sever the property. So in the reports for any shore road allowance purchase and in the policy, it states that you will not be able to sever your property as a result of this purchase of shore road allowance. So we can add something to say, to clarify also that it doesn't add to your property area if it's under the 177.4.
So if I might, so the other point would be that, a couple of points. One is that, as I understand it, island properties do not have short road allowance, correct?
Not that is not correct. Some of them do, some of them don't.
Oh,
Yeah.
and why is that?
I wasn't alive in the 1600s. I can't really answer that question. I'm not sure.
Come on. Yeah, and so, because I was going to raise that point, and we need to be aware of that, because I know of some properties, all I have to do is look at my neighborhood, and I can see 2 or 3 in the high water. If you go to the high water mark, it's really an island, but it wasn't considered an island by the township. And so you're cognizant of that. I just wanted to make sure,
Yes.
because it's sort of, the other thing that happens, if they don't purchase the shore road allowance, they can have this great big huge 3 or 4 acre island, and they own half an acre in the middle of it. Just saying, there we go.
Any councilors on the other side? Councilor Jarvis.
So what we're suggesting now is that we'll be foregoing income because we will not be selling land that is effectively underwater, but is part of the shore road allowance according to the current 1600 surveys that we have. Is that correct?
My suggestion is that along the lines with Archipelago, which is the only place I could find that only sells to the high water mark, is to just be, you only sell to the area that you can build. So yes, we would be foregoing revenue.
But on the other hand, we wouldn't be selling property that we actually did not own.
Marshland in Florida has always been very profitable to people. Sort of the same thing.
Outside our territory. Councilor Hazelton. Councilor Bocek.
If what is below the high water mark is not recognized as being in the building envelope or being able to be purchased, then who assumes ownership of that property?
The township owns 20 meters out, the original shore road allowance.
Correct.
If we only sell to the high water mark, for instance, this one, if we were to only sell to here, we would still own this. And then from here out, it would be Crown.
So in that case, there would need to be a deeming policy
No.
structured?
No.
How would the transfer of the land from the owner to the township to the M&R take place?
So it would be the exact same process that we have now. So they would come and they would apply to purchase this, and it would be outlined in this section here. We would pass the bylaw if it was approved, and now this section would be added to this property. It would just, so right now this says part 2. So the bylaw would say part 2 and is now sold to this property. But if it was, the policy was amended, this area here would now just be part 2.
So that would be
So there's no-
Sure, that would be conveyed up, but my concern is we're creating a void or a gap here between the landowner, what is below the high water mark, which is no longer the property of the landowner or the township.
No, that would still be the township. The township owns the shore road
So
allowance.
we would own the shore road allowance below the high water mark.
That's correct.
Until it reaches the M&R government property.
That's correct.
And what are we gonna do with that? Now, is that gonna be conveyed to us, or is it ours already?
It's ours already. That's how we can sell it.
We used to
Well, currently we still sell.
Councilor Cooper.
And just, I'm trying to understand, so wouldn't the Crown, federal government, say, you're claiming township, that you own this land, but we own everything under the water, So it's Crown land, so have we ever had, well, I know that we have one example where we sold land and shore road allowance in front of Crown land, and we shouldn't have.
That's this one.
Is that one of them? Well, I guess we did, yeah. So is the Crown, my final point is simply that there's not going to be some sort of argument with the Crown as to who owns this particular land. Okay.
No, this is the application you're talking about, because this here is Crown land, and we sold them this. Remember?
I do.
Councilor Wojcik.
But in this particular case, was it not that we asked for comment from the M&R and they did not provide us with comments?
That's
So
correct.
Then it is
So
assumed.
2 months later, they came back and said, what?
Correct, okay. So, yeah, I understand. Okay, thank you.
Any further comments? I'll read the resolution for your consideration. Be it resolved that council directs staff to amend the shore road allowance policy to state that SRA, or shore road allowance, will only be sold to the high water mark on non-controlled bodies of water. And that as of July 2nd, 2019, all surveys submitted to SRA, for SRA purchases, will have to reflect this amendment. Councilor Douglas.
Just one more question on controlled water, what are we doing with that?
The water's edge.
It's
Because
just
there
the
is no
water's
high
edge.
water mark.
Okay.
All those in favor? Carried. Councilor Wojcik, in the last couple, all in favors, your hand hasn't been raised. Is that intentional or because you're distracted?
No, it's intentional.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to confirm. Okay. Next on our agenda is the Development Service Verbal Report. Mr. Robinson.
Thank you, Worship. So this falls under the education category, and there was a request that we provide council with some information related to minor variances and zoning bylaw amendments and when the different applications apply. And I know we've been over this historically, but just like to provide some additional clarity on that. In that regard, the planning department's put together a table to helpfully provide some assistance to council, and that table was provided to you on desk this morning. So I'd just like to review the various items from the table. So what we've done is established 3 columns. The column on the left-hand side provides the area that we're discussing. The 2 columns, the 2 next columns, one deals with the zoning bylaw amendment and the other deals with the minor variance. So first off, both of these applications are Planning Act applications. They're applications that are made to allow for relief from a zoning bylaw. And really what they're all about is facilitating building permits or facilitating uses on a property. That's the reason somebody makes an application to amend the Planning Act, be it a minor variance or a zoning bylaw amendment. We wanted to make it clear that both applications have specific sections in the Planning Act that provide authorization for those applications to be made. So now, so that deals with the authority. Now dealing with the next row that deals with making an application. Both Section 34 dealing with zoning amendments and Section 45 dealing with minor variances provides the ability for proponents to make applications. So the municipality has no say in terms of saying, no, you cannot make an application for this type of for a zoning amendment or minor variance. The Planning Act allows or enables individuals to make applications for various items. The process that's undertaken at the municipality is that we have a pre-consultation process in the Township of Georgian Bay whereby persons wanting to make applications come to the municipal office or via telephone, undertake a pre-consultation meeting in which the planning department provides that the proponents with information about the application fees, information that needs to be included on the application, what's required in order for it to be complete. For example, if there's an environmental feature at play, we would require an environmental impact impact study. If there's fish habitat at play, we would require a fish habitat study. So all that information's identified up front through the pre-consultation process, and we rely on our official plan and the information contained in our official plan to outline what needs to be submitted with a complete application. We also, in some instances, have the ability to identify for the applicant what application they should be seeking. Should they be going the minor variance route, or should they be going the zoning bylaw amendment route? But at the end of the day, it is the applicant's ability to submit whatever application they feel appropriate, but we try to direct them in terms of the correct application to submit at the pre-consultation stage. I just would also like to make it clear that at the pre-consultation stage, we make it very clear that there's no guarantees with respect to approvals, and that this is simply pre-consultation, and that we haven't evaluated the planning merits of the application at that time, because we don't have all of the information available, and haven't formed an opinion at that time. In terms of an application, once it's submitted, there's a Planning Act process that's commenced, including notice to residents and a public meeting for a zoning bylaw amendment and a public hearing for a minor variance application. So flipping over to the next page, this is, I think, the information that council had the most questions about is when should an application be used? When should we use the zoning bylaw amendment, and when should we use a minor variance? So under the zoning bylaw amendment heading, an example of when a zoning bylaw amendment is used is when a change of use is proposed. If you go from residential to commercial to residential, or some new use is proposed that isn't considered in the bylaw. It could even be adding an additional use to a commercial zone that wasn't previously contemplated by the bylaw. Those are rezoning applications when a use is proposed. Another example of where a zoning bylaw amendment is proposed is if you're adding a new structure to a zone that wasn't contemplated by the zoning bylaw. So an example I'm providing is that we allow for sleeping cabins in shoreline residential areas, but not in other zones in the township. So if you wanted to establish a sleeping cabin in another area, that's adding a structure that isn't otherwise permitted, so we'd undertake a rezoning application. Similar to that use, you're effectively adding a new use or new structure. Another, the third area we've identified, and this is an exhaustive list, there might be other examples, but these are examples, would be if you're seeking relief to a standard that is not considered minor. So this would be through pre-consultation, and it's a subjective requirement, but through pre-consultation, if staff identified that a zone change completely wasn't minor, that a variance wouldn't be minor, that it should be considered by council through that zoning amendment process, then we would recommend that they proceed through a zoning bylaw amendment to consider that standard change. That could be a reduced setback, it could be an increased lot coverage, it could be a variety of things. So with respect to a minor variance, when is a minor variance considered? Minor variances are really intended to deal with when a change to a zone standard is proposed. So coming back, when you have a change in setback from the front lot line, from the side lot line, increase in lot coverage, increase in GFA, those are examples, which is gross floor area, those are examples of items where a minor variance is considered. So we provided a few examples for those. There might be some instances where through pre-consultation, again, we identify that it's not minor and it should go through a zoning amendment process. But in general, the reason the Planning Act has these two different processes in play is that one's supposed to be quicker than the other. The notice requirements for a minor variance are less. They're only 10 days as opposed to a zoning bylaw amendment. And they're intended to facilitate building permit applications as opposed to change of use permissions. So that's really one of the key nuances between the two different types of variances. So now just touching on the evaluation aspect and how do we evaluate the two applications. So zoning bylaw amendment applications are evaluated based on their conformity with the official plan, that's the township's planning document, as well as provincial policy. And ultimately, a lot of the consideration will come down to the compatibility of land use with the neighboring land uses and the compatibility of the change that's proposed to the zoning bylaw in comparison to the neighboring land use. And ultimately, the suitability of land for that specific use. So you'll see those terms a lot in planning, compatibility and suitability of land use for proposed changes. When we look at a minor variance, those two words, compatibility and suitability, are used as well. But in the minor variance context, we have 4 specific tests that are outlined in the Planning Act. And those tests deal with, does it meet the intent of the official plan, so similar to the zoning bylaw? Does it meet the intent of the zoning bylaw? So that intent of the zoning bylaw provision is not something that needs to be met for a zoning bylaw amendment. And what is the intent of the zoning bylaw? We look at it for the provision being varied. So for example, if we're looking at a reduced front yard, why do we have a front yard setback in the zoning bylaw? Why does the zoning bylaw even care what the front yard is? Well, typically it's for character. It's to maintain the character of the area. In shoreline situations where there's an opportunity for vegetation, maybe not on a bald rock on Georgian Bay, but it's to allow for that vegetation area to be maintained between the dwelling and between the shoreline. So does that reduced setback that's proposed through the variance allow for vegetation to be maintained? Is it reflective of the character? Those are the things that we would evaluate when determining, does it meet the intent of the zoning? So why do we have a maximum dwelling width on 6 mile length for dwellings? Well, it's to make sure that there isn't massing that covers the entire frontage of a property, or consistent massing, or large massing of buildings from a width perspective. So when we consider increased widths on dwellings, we look at, is the intent of that provision maintained? Sometimes it can be maintained even through adding additional vegetation and other mitigation techniques, but that's ultimately what the intent of the bylaw is about. The desirability is the third test. Desirability relates to not, is it desirable for the applicant to have this increased standard? That's why they're applying for it, so it probably is. But it's what's the public interest at play here? Is this in the interest of the public? And sometimes for reduced standards, you have the ability to apply site plan control, which you can ask for, you can require vegetation and things that you might not otherwise get that benefit the public or as a whole if an application isn't approved. So we often, from the planning perspective, look at what can we get out of this to improve the situation, what tools are available to us to control development in the future, but also to make the existing situation better, or even the proposed situation better than what exists there now. So that deals with the desirability. And then the last test is it minor? Well, that's a subjective test. We've seen a lot recently at Committee of Adjustment about numbers, and that strictly based on the numbers, how can this possibly be considered as minor? The minor test is not one of percentages. Land use planning is not based on percentages and based on numbers. Yes, there are numbers in place to regulate and control development on the site, but when we look at it from a planning context, we're looking at things like compatibility, suitability of the land, and character of the area and those sorts of things. So when we look at, is the proposal minor, those are the things we're looking at more so than we are the numbers. Yes, the numbers are a factor in the equation, but I'd suggest they're not the overriding factor in most circumstances. There are instances where setbacks are completely reduced from a variance perspective. It could be taken from 5 meters to 0, and it's still considered minor if there's certain mitigating circumstances that allow for that. So that's an example of why the numbers are not the overriding factor, or should not be the paramount item of consideration in a variance. It should be the other items dealing with character of the area, suitability, and compatibility. Those are the planning things. We refer to it by planning by numbers, and that's never a good thing if we're planning by numbers. So that's all we've got with respect to the differences between the two applications. What's important also is that ultimately it's up to the applicant to make the application that they think is suitable. We do try to provide them with some preliminary information through that pre-consultation meeting to guide which process is appropriate for their application. But there are, and I guess the other message is there is some subjectivity to these various matters. But we try to look at the applications holistically and based on those 4 tests.
Thank you very much. I think it's a very useful chart that you provided to us. Councillors, do you have any questions? Councillor Cooper.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the presentation. A few questions. I noticed in the applications that come forward for the Committee of Adjustment that there seems to be most of the time a recommendation on the first or second page from staff for the application. And then at the end of the application it says you can do this, this, or this. You can make several different decisions with respect to an application. But on reading the Committee of Adjustment application, whether it's the public or members of the Committee of Adjustment, on page 1 or beginning of page 2, we see a recommendation from staff. It seems to me that it says to approve. And later on it says, well, but of course you could do this. I want to know, does the Planning Act require the staff to recommend something? And is that consistent throughout Ontario? That's my first question.
Through your worship, Planning Act doesn't include anything in it that requires recommendations to be made. It's the way this has been undertaken in Georgian Bay and in many municipalities is that they rely on their planning department to make recommendations. The reason the reports are structured in the manner they are is that, and this isn't just minor variance reports, but I think this is most reports to council, provide a recommendation right up front that typically council have hired the municipal staff to provide their professional expertise in their area of study or area of expertise, and that often councillors may not read the entire report. They might rely on the recommendation of staff. The reason there are options at the end is that if council chooses not to go with the recommendation, or if Committee of Adjustment chooses not to go with the recommendation that's provided at the start, it gives them other options to consider. So that's fairly standard, but most municipalities, I would say, do provide recommendations. There are probably some out there that don't provide recommendations and leave it to their committee just to make the decision based on the information that's available. So that's all I can really provide on that.
Thank you for the clarification, but you clarified also that you don't have to make a recommendation. It's a practice. And I think that's what I got from your answer. You also mentioned a complete application. I wanted to ask about a complete application, given what we've run into in recent months whereby there were some difficulties in terms of making site inspections, specifically in the winter months, partly due to access, but also simply being able to see the contours of the land. And I want to understand how we can have a complete application when we can't visit the site, or if we can visit the site, we can't see the contours. So I would like to hear your comment on that and the rationale saying it's a complete application when there's this issue that I've just raised. Thank you.
Your Worship, there's no statutory requirements for deeming an application complete for a minor variance like there is for a zoning bylaw amendment or an official plan amendment or a plan of subdivision. As far as processing an application, a site visit is not a complete application requirement for any of the Planning Act applications that are considered. Is a site visit helpful in evaluating applications? Absolutely, it's helpful in that sense. And there's some applications where we take it forward to the hearing and we request deferral, we recommend deferral so that a site visit can be undertaken. But there's some applications that are simply so minor in nature that we feel that a site visit isn't necessary for those applications in order to ensure, to confirm they meet the 4 tests. And in terms of continuing municipal business and carrying and facilitating applications in terms of the Timing Act requirements of the Planning Act, I don't think it's appropriate to establish that a site visit must be undertaken for every application, but there are circumstances where it is appropriate for these applications, for a site visit to be undertaken.
Councilor Cooper.
Thank you for that answer, and I would agree that there are certain applications whereby a site visit isn't necessary, but there certainly are others where they are, and that would just be my comment. Moving on to page 2, I just have some questions. I heard you speak about minor and what's not between, and also what I'm really trying to understand here is zoning bylaw amendment versus a minor variance, and why something would end up in one side versus the other. And when I've been involved with the planning committee and also with the committee of adjustment, I see in some instances where there's a lot coverage increase that's in excess of 50%, and yet the application is considered a minor variance versus a zoning bylaw amendment. And I realize that you said you can't, or that planning considers 4 matters, but one of them is still minor. So if you fail any of the 4 sort of tests, it starts to strike me that some things that end up in the minor variance category could in fact be over under zoning bylaw amendment, because essentially it's pretty extreme. And yet you're stating that it's fine to keep those in as minor variances, and I'm trying to understand, so what becomes major? Is it 100%? Is it 200%? Could you answer that for me, please? Thank you.
Your Worship, I cannot answer the percentage, because I think I referenced this earlier, is that there is no cutoff on what's minor and what's not minor from a percentage perspective, and I don't subscribe to planning by numbers, and I don't think any planner necessarily could prescribe to that. I think the other items of compatibility, suitability, and character are the items that planners need to use when evaluating these applications. But at the end of the day, it is up to the applicant in terms of what application they would like to submit. What we try to do through pre-consultation is, if we think up front that, for example, the test of intent of the zoning bylaw is going to be very tough to meet in this instance, that they should apply for a zoning bylaw amendment application, because you don't need to meet the test of intent of the bylaw with the zoning bylaw amendment application. So that's often the one that gets raised at pre-consultation, is you should submit a different application. But there are examples of applications in process right now for minor variance applications that staff have recommended that that the proponent undertake a zoning bylaw amendment, and they've submitted a minor variance. So those are the sorts of things we could look at. So often it's that test of intent to the bylaw and the test of minor that will refer to an applicant and say, you know, this is a pretty big increase. You should consider the zoning bylaw for this. But we can't provide a cutoff, or we don't have a cutoff right now.
Councilor Cooper.
And final question, and that is...
He said final.
Yes, I did. With respect to those situations where we can't use the mathematics, I did want to ask you about the mathematics that is being used. And effectively, for the Committee of Adjustment recently, I've seen a number of applications where the table references that there's a 4% difference in lot coverage. And the difference is from 8% lot coverage to 12% lot coverage, which is, according to this table, 4%. 4% over 8% is actually 8.32. 12% versus 8% is actually 50% greater. And so I'm trying to understand, for those minor variances where we came up with this new math. Could you explain that to me, please? Thank you.
Could you just repeat that again? I wasn't totally clear on.
If you were to look back in the last 2 or 3 months at some of the minor variances that came to the Committee of Adjustment, and there's some tables that talk about the various requests under that application. Under the lot coverage, I've noticed that the calculation, when you go across the table, it says, well, they're asking for 12%, they have, but 8% is allowed by 6 Mile Lake, for example. And the difference is 4%. The 4% meaning between 12 and 8. And that's a 4% variance, a difference, mathematically is what it's basically saying. And I'm not understanding how that is 4%. It's really 50%. So could you comment on the use of that type of mathematics? Because I find that misleading, I'm sorry, but for our Committee of Adjustment members, they're reading this and they're saying, hey, it's only 4% greater. Well, it's not 4%, it's 50%.
Through your worship, I think what Councillor Cooper's referring to is the percentage increase versus the increase. And if you look back through our reports through the last couple months, we have been referring to percentage increase as well as the other percentage. So that is what's in the reports right now. But there's a number, when we start dealing with percentages and percentage increases, that's when there's a lot of different ways to look at things. So we prefer to look at the visuals, to include the numbers for reference, but to look at those other matters of character, compatibility, and the other planning issues at play when evaluating whether something's minor or not.
Any other councillors wish to ask any further questions? Councillor Bochek.
Jamie, just listening to what Councillor Cooper's been carrying on with here about your ability to bring applications to the Committee of Adjustments, not recommending that they move forward or be passed. My perception is that our planning department and the employees within the planning department will screen the applications through the consultation process, and if there's no merit or if there's no reason to move forward to the Committee of Adjustments or minor variance, they would be told that and they would withdraw their application. Hence, we don't see those. The ones we do see that come with a recommendation are because the planning department has screened them and know that there is a viable possibility that these would pass through the Committee of Adjustments. Am I safe in saying we're not seeing the ones that you don't recommend because those applicants have been told that there's probably little chance and that they should go back to the drawing board and bring something that would be feasible?
Through your worship, we do try to work with applicants to get rid of, or to limit the number of variances that are necessary and for them to provide applications that are supportable at the end of the day. That's part of the pre-consultation process. That being said, there are circumstances that I've alluded to already where an applicant might not listen to what we have to say in pre-consultation and might bring an application forward anyways. But we do try to work with applicants up front and to provide that a recommendation at the end of the day.
Thank you.
Councillor Jarvis.
Just to follow up on Councillor Bochek's comments here, so if an applicant had proposed something that the planning department was recommending they not bring to committee, I didn't know it was that shocking. Would the planning department then have a statement with the application saying they have not recommended this, or what would be the planning department's stand in an application where they have specifically told the applicant that they don't recommend he follow up, but he wants to anyway? What would be the stand up from the planning department on that?
Through your worship, Councillor Jarvis, there's not going to be a specific statement to that effect, but in all likelihood, they might not gain staff support or a recommendation for approval of the application if in our view it doesn't meet the requirements, whether if it's a minor variance, the 4 tests, or if it's a zoning bylaw amendment, conformity with the official plan and the applicable policies. But we wouldn't make a statement specifically about what was recommended through pre-consultation. Our recommendation is based on the application itself that's submitted and our review of that application, not what's submitted at the pre-consultation stage.
Mr. Jarvis.
Sorry, just for clarification, because I'm just getting more confused. So an example, hypothetical, an applicant comes in and they want to build something that doesn't meet even minor variance requirements within the confines of the planning department's thinking on the whole process. But the applicant insists on bringing their request to committee of adjustment. Let's leave it at that level. The planning department would provide supporting documentation, or they would not provide any documentation? I guess my question is, what would the planning department provide along with the application?
Yeah, through your worship. So what we would prepare is like any application, we would prepare a staff report. And if our opinion was still the same as what it was when we did the pre-consultation, we would prepare a staff report that did not recommend approval of the application. If we were provided with additional information and through our review of the actual application submission itself, we felt there was justification for the proposal and it did in fact meet the 4 tests, then we would prepare a report that recommended approval of the application. So we wouldn't prejudice ourselves through pre-consultation about what our ultimate recommendation is at the end of the day. That's based on a review of the application itself.
Okay, but there is the power to say, based on what's been brought forward by the applicant, we can't see a reason for this. Okay, thank you.
That happens.
Well, thank you very much for all that, and I think that's about going to end our planning council. Be it resolved that Planning Council adopts bylaw 2019-71, being a bylaw confirming the proceedings of the June 10, 2019 Planning Council meeting. All those in favor? Carried. Be it resolved that Planning Council does now adjourn at 10:08 a.m. until Monday, July 8th at 9 a.m. or the call of the chair. All those in favor? Carried.
Yeah, we can.
I'm going to suggest a 5-minute break, and then, so let's start the regular council meeting at 10:15. Thank you. I'd like to call this council meeting to order, please, at 10:18. And I first of all ask if any of my fellow councilors have any declarations of community interest on the items that appear on the agenda. I see no hands raised, so we'll move on. Staff awards, item 3, we will postpone until tomorrow. Delegations, I do not see Dr. Pollock in the room, so let's go straight to Patricia Arney from the Muskoka Watershed Council, please.
Thank you. Thank you for having me back for a 2019 update. Connecting the Drops was the title of our Stewardship Council this year. And just briefly looking at the Georgian Bay presentation, I think we're here to say essentially the same message. That day when the drops were connected, there was a strong message that we cannot control the drops, focusing on one crisis at a time. All aspects of our environment are connected, and we must understand their interaction if we're to address the impacts of the changing climate that we're all facing. It was a strong message, and as I say, I think from the glimpse of the size I saw, it may be coming from Georgian Bay as well. Our mission and our goal have not changed. Our 3 main activities are to develop science-based programs to help us to understand the watershed and enhance it when possible. Develop evidence-based policy positions on watershed issues, and engage in communication and education to help Muskoka make better decisions. Our mantra: the environment is our economy, and vice versa. Muskoka has always had a strong relationship with the environment and the economy, and we don't log it like this anymore, but Muskoka Watershed Council does recognize that that relationship is as essential now as it was then. There is, however, a need to impress on our diverse community. There is an irony in the fact that some who come or came here for the environment are contributing negatively to its future. So MWC representatives are busy speaking as often as invited about the importance of this vital relationship between the environment and the economy. Our strength is our community support. MWC has representatives from almost every sector of the community, and we are so lucky to have many expert scientists on our council. We have strong relationships with other government agencies, such as Dorson, and non-government agencies and associations, such as lake associations. Pictured here at the top is Sandy Schofield, a man we will greatly miss. He was the founder of the Great Muskoka Paddling Experience. It was founded to finance, to support Muskoka Watershed Council. We all hope that this hugely popular event will continue in tribute to his work and his vision. All levels and all types of vessels and paddlers are welcome at Annie Williams Park on Saturday morning of Thanksgiving weekend. So that is an invitation. Our district relationship has been pretty much the same since inception. We get staff, facilities, contributions, and resources. Staff, Christy Doyle, Director of Environmental and Watershed Programs, and Rebecca Willison, who's been with us forever, the water planning technician, are well suited to supporting, managing, and controlling a volunteer group, much like herding cats much of the time. Our governance. The Executive Committee is 4 Watershed Council community members, generally the Executive Committee of Council, plus 4 district councilors, including your own district rep, Paul Wienko, who has been a long-standing and valued supporter of the council. We also have elected representation on our general council from Bracebridge, Grevenhurst, Seguin, and Algonquin Highlands. The working group is what it says it is. It's a smaller group than council, and it works on special projects and papers, specific issues such as algae, rolled salt, etc. The Communications Committee was wonderfully successful recently on our Stewardship Council, and we look forward to increased public awareness. Our other funding sources. The governance of Muskoka Watershed Council allows it to access funding grants that are available to municipalities, as well as funding grants that are not available to municipalities. We've been successful in securing external funding to hire support for the report card, the invasive species outreach, and the Love Your Lake Students Program, plus the initiation of a Restore Your Shore program. Our pride, the Muskoka Watershed Health Report Card. The 5th one was released just last summer. It has always been science-based, but now it's web-based. The latest report card is quite distinctive in that it is mainly online, except for one flyer sheet. But it deals with the same questions that have been at the core of all of the report cards. What is the state of Muskoka's overall environmental health? How is our water and habitat for fish and wildlife? What are our phosphorus levels? And increasingly, how is climate change affecting Muskoka? A watershed report card helps us to determine what we as a watershed council, or as a local government, or as an individual member of our community, need to do in order to maintain Muskoka's environmental health and hopefully enhance it when we can. Our key accomplishments, many of them are here. Living in Cottage Country is still available at the District Council, and it's a wonderful resource. Our other initiatives not listed here, shoreline assessments and renaturalization projects associated with the Love Your Lake, an invasive species outreach program, many position papers such as power generation, endocrine disruptors, which was combined with a program to assist pharmacies in disposing of pharmaceutical materials. Plus, Muskoka Watershed Council is now partnering with the Muskoka Summit on the Environment, submitting media releases regularly, presenting in classrooms and at community association meetings, and producing a quarterly newsletter. Our biggest event for this year was, as I've already noted, Your Watershed Connecting the Drops. The presentations from this event are available at muskokawatershed.org. They're all online already. Many of them are significant to discussions of the Muskoka's recent flooding event and how we as a community might approach things differently as we move forward. There's a real need, as I've said, to increase everyone's understanding of the concept of a watershed and how watershed processes produce our natural capital in order to generate general public acceptance of doing some things differently in the future. Our future. Some new initiatives this year. An algae monitoring program in collaboration with 3 local lake associations plus Dorset to do pilot studies on new tools for citizen science. A very timely initiative, a hydrology program to educate ourselves on all the water management models and strategies available to enable Muskoka to adapt to a changing climate. And Muskoka Watershed Council now has a representative on the new road salt working group at District. The upcoming $5 million Muskoka Watershed Initiative is viewed as an opportunity for Muskoka to undertake a comprehensive watershed plan, and Muskoka Watershed Council would like to have a part of that process. Our challenges. Our challenges are the changing influences on Muskoka Watershed Council since its inception 20 years ago. Population and development pressures are very different. Sophistication of engagement of various interest groups has increased dramatically. Changes in provincial legislation and municipal policy that may have watershed-wide effects are increasingly complex. Effects from climate change, changing weather patterns, severe storms, and other issues such as flooding and maybe drought going forward are complexities not present 20 years ago. Our conference gave a strong message that collaboration on a watershed scale is the only effective way to address these challenges going forward. As Councillor Bianco was just mentioning to me, you have several watersheds here in your township. There are multiple watersheds, and they cross not only municipality, but district boundaries. The whole biophysical system crosses municipal and district boundaries, and we're hoping to keep bringing community and all levels of government together as we explore more ways to adapt to our coming climate change. Our call for action. Muskoka Watershed Council is a collaboration of government and community. The ask of councils is to consider ways of increasing the communication with Watershed Council so that we can understand and possibly insist in working on municipal issues of mutual concern, and to ensure that the councils are aware of Muskoka Watershed Council work throughout the year. Watershed Council wants to work more closely with municipal councils as we all face the challenges of climate change going forward. So if you have any questions or comments that you'd like to share, please do so. And thank you so much for your ongoing support.
Thank you very much. We greatly appreciate the information and the update. And councillors, is there any comments or questions you care to make? Councillor Jarvis.
I appreciate that that's a significant watershed, and a lot of our inland lakes within our municipality would be connected directly to that. Also, ultimately, a lot of that watershed ends up in the Georgian Bay, where I cottage. I'm just curious to know what the Watershed Council does with regards to the Georgian Bay itself, with regards to monitoring. I'm thinking more specifically now in light of all the flooding that's going on along the Muskoka watershed and what the impact that is having on the quality of the water flowing through and out into the Georgian Bay. What kind of monitoring ends up happening on the Georgian Bay side of this equation?
The district is responsible. That is actually Rebecca's prime responsibility. So during the summer, she has a large contingent of students who do the watershed monitoring on a regular basis. In terms of the spring freshet and the issues going forward, that I just had a conversation with district and with public health, because there were huge concerns about the flooding and the impact on the water quality. And the message was essentially, assume that it is not good until everything has peaked and passed. So Muskoka, I'm on the river, so I'm just about at the bottom of this. And certainly the people who call me have been coming up to their cottages and saying, okay, can I drink the water yet? Well, the water flowing by their door at this point is probably all right, or what it would normally be in the summer. The concerns in some areas are that contamination has been drawn into their system if they didn't have it shut down. So those, I think, are concerns that reach right out to Georgian Bay. In terms of the water quality, there will be testing this summer. Hopefully, the impact will not be long-standing. So the short answer is, my understanding from district and from public health is that the worst has passed, but have your water checked before you use it if you're turning on a system now.
Councillor Hazelton.
Thanks for your presentation. I have a question that relates to the water levels on those lakes, on all the flooding. We understand that there were some kind of emergency measure laws put in place to prevent boating or limit boating early in the season. Was Muskoka Watershed Council involved with those actions at all?
No, no. Muskoka Watershed Council tends to do background research to provide information. We don't get involved in specific events. Right now, our focus is on making sure that all of the focus isn't on the Muskoka Water Management Plan, that we start to look at this issue of flooding that impacts everyone on a bigger scale and start seriously considering how can we hold water at the top, how can we manage it throughout the system better, rather than just looking at the rivers. Okay.
Well, thank you very much. I greatly appreciate your presentation.
Thank you so much for your attention.
I think that we will now go to the deputations on our agenda. Donna Tater.
If I can just remind council that Ms. Tater dropped off some forms last week that I emailed to all of you in regards to her presentation this morning.
Do you think I could get some help here with this stick or whatever to put in? I'm not.
On the, you don't have anything on the computer.
I have it here.
Oh.
Sorry, I didn't know I was supposed to bring it. Actually, I just made it last night.
I get them all the day of the meeting anyways, as much as I ask for them not to do.
And that's the other ladies?
No, that's the mouse.
Oh.
I just wanted to, no, I've decided to sit because it is a deputation.
Yeah, I'm not sure I can open it from here because.
I will sit through it, but if this carries on further, I will.
Yeah, but we have a different.
I don't usually do this, so forgive me if I shake. This is, I purchased, can I come around here? I purchased this property about 3 years ago, all across here. Actually, it goes this far and across and down. This is my neighbor, and this all affects the campground on the other side of the street. What I'm here about today is this stormwater pond. In the subdivision agreement that you have, there was never a plan introduced to maintain this. Consequently, all of, I can't see it here, but the water has, or everything is settled in from my property, so it floods all down in here, across and back up. And you can see the bulrushes here. It affects my neighbors over here as well. The problem that I see, because my son did this picture, is we have a blockage somewhere in here. But when Brad did his study in 2017 in July, according to what he said, this was never supposed to interfere with any of the properties already in existence. What I'm here for is to see if there's some way we can work together so my property doesn't flood or my neighbors. I was assuming that instead of the drainage going through our properties, that it would run across the back of the subdivision and then go down the road that the fire people want for the Severn Heights subdivision, Port Severn. So, therein lies my problem. I don't know what else to say. I can show you more. Oh, and it's man-made. This was never natural. The dirt from this sits somewhere in here. So the owner had dug it out himself. Let's see. I don't know where I aim this. This is it again. This is just a closer shot of my property and where it floods here. Well, that's just a darker photo. There's the overhead again. More of the pond. Now, I have to point this out. This is the property of the owner of the subdivision. So he has maintained his, where everybody else's is just kind of oh, sorry, wrong way. I think this one was, oh, sorry. Well, this was my son who sent it to me. Now, it's also supposed to drain across the street. And right where the golf course is, they put in a pumping station. Unfortunately, in the subdivision agreement, it says that between lots 34 and 35, they were laying pipeline for a pumping station, which I assumed would have alleviated the problem. This is just where the Port Severn Heights subdivision would have gone in and where the road would have been along the side. Or a little dark. Campground. And that's the whole subdivision. I'll just leave that one there in case you have any questions. I'd like to see, because this is an ongoing problem. I don't know if you noticed, the date for the subdivision was 1989. I know some of my neighbors have been in, but I don't know,
Yeah.
Brian, are you supposed to be here for this?
Yes, being that it's a deputation and we're not making any decisions or commenting,
Well, that's what I thought I was here for.
I think it's valuable that I do hear all the pertinent information.
But you're part owner in the problem. You have a 1/47th interest in the land.
Correct.
So isn't that a conflict of interest?
Not at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, the purpose of this is to collect information, and I would like to make the comment, I thought those overhead shots were very useful. And I know that Councilor Jarvis has a question, I know I have a question, so we're going to ask you a few questions, and then the process is basically you leave it with us to follow up.
Okay.
Because based on your presentation, we'll be making more inquiries.
Okay.
Councilor Jarvis.
I'm curious, so judging from the photographs, right, so I've been driving that road for 60 plus years, so the pond was a real surprise to me when I went in however many years ago. And actually, that's my first question is, when was the pond dug?
I'm not exactly sure, but Louis apparently dug it. Well, he didn't own it in 89.
So it
Okay.
goes back to 89. So is there a natural, it looks like there's a natural outflow, but that is man-made, is that
Yes,
itself
it
also
is. The
man-made?
dirt from that is on one of the other lots, in the 40s, like if you look at the subdivision.
I saw that, yeah.
Yeah,
And you're saying that there was a pumping station envisioned at some point to move that water out, but that's not been completed, is that correct?
correct.
Yeah.
That's what my paperwork says.
Okay.
that
So yeah, because my concern is the two properties or three that are currently for sale on that road, I can't see how anybody can build with the water levels the way they are in that pond encroaching on their backyards so significantly, so.
Those are my properties, and
Okay.
that's where the problem comes
So
in.
my final question then is, are you on sewer or are you on septic?
I'm on sewer. We have town
Thank you.
water.
Thank you
And-
very much. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Rankin, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I'm still
Councilor.
confused. If you go back maybe some of the first pictures, I don't know if you can go back that far. I'm still confused as where the water presently goes and where it is
Okay.
supposed to go.
Give me a minute.
You gotta find a slide to show me where it is. I
Oh,
know
that's a
it's
good one.
flooding, it's flooding something, but I see a stream.
Okay, right here.
So
This is
where's it
where-
going now and where's it
This
supposed
goes
to go?
across, right behind, if you look at the map, you can see where my property line and the neighbor's goes. Okay, so where his is, the property line would be across there for the subdivision. Now, I assumed that if it didn't interfere with, that it wasn't supposed to interfere with our property, that the drainage would go all along here and keep going, because right along here was where the fire department wanted another road, so there were two entrances, and this would be part of the Port Severn Heights subdivision. Right now, the drainage comes through their backyard, but it's blocked. Somewhere in here, you can see the dark line, it stops. So as hard as Brad tries, we're just not getting anywhere, and it comes across here, and then crosses into here, and there's a culvert under the road, which goes across here. There's a pumping station here, and then goes down into Georgian Bay.
But the pumping station is for the golf course, not for that pond.
Right.
So basically, you've indicated the path it takes now, but the original path was to go more.
Well, I don't
Straight
know
up
if
and
there
across.
was an original path. I just assumed that if the municipality was giving him permission to do it, that it would have had to stay on their property, because it shouldn't have encroached on anybody else's.
So no one has actually made any efforts to control.
There was never a drainage or erosion plan put in place.
Okay, but there's been
no man-made structures to drain this pond?
No.
It's just let it to nature?
Yes.
Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. Just a quick question on the property prior to it being dug out. Was that a marsh before, or was it low-lying
No.
water, or?
No, it was just field. My neighbor, her grandfather owned the property, and she was telling me that they used to parachute into the backyard, and there was never water there.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Hazelton.
I don't know who has the answer. Maybe Brad, you might offer a comment here. If the pond were drained, how likely would it be to be able to keep it drained?
Through the mayor, the pond is built as a stormwater structure. It's there for control of quantity and the quality of the stormwater.
Okay.
So to drain it, I believe we would have to get a change to the certificate of approval, and that would likely be very difficult because the MOE has required that in the first place. So if we wanted to take it away, we'd have to replace it with something else.
Okay, so it is required. Is it required to be that size?
Through the mayor, I believe it is sized for, correctly sized for the whole development.
Okay, so it's there, MOE has approved it, it needs to be there. What Councillor Jarvis observed is the same thing I've observed, which is it's flooded way beyond the boundaries of what appears to be in this picture. Is there, who owns the problem of the water being too high and not being allowed to escape, given that I presume the township participated with MOE to allow it to be done in the first place?
Through the mayor, the drainage problem we believe is being caused by two district culverts that are at least partially blocked, as well as a driveway culvert.
So if it's within the bounds of the township and the district, who can take the ball and fix the problem?
We spoke to the district about this last year. We're meeting them on site at some point this year to see about changing those two culverts. We've also been given a direction from the district to change the driveway culvert. So that is all in process.
So is there a sense of urgency on that? Or, I mean, given that we're in high water spring, it sounds, I mean, it looks to me like it's almost, flooding out to Honey Harbor Road. What sense of urgency is being, assigned to this correction?
It's not an imminent project, with the exception of the driveway culvert, which is causing a problem when you're driving towards the office on Honey Harbor Road. If you look on the left-hand side, you'll see water sitting in the ditch. It's being held back by the driveway culvert. That one there is a bit more of a higher priority, but the crossing culverts, we haven't received any direction from the district.
So what direction would be useful from council to help you with district to correct what appears to be a probably pairing of township district problem?
I guess direction to do what we're already doing, which is to meet with the district about replacing the culverts.
So I'm just trying to figure out, it's in your plan, district isn't looking at it as a high priority. Is there something that can be done by our council to assist in reprioritizing it with the district? Or is that just a lot of talk and it's going to go nowhere?
Through the mayor, I think it'll proceed at the rate it's going, whether there's a council resolution or not. That's my honest answer.
That's fine.
I have a quick
Thank
question,
you.
if I might. Who gave permission for that drainage to go through other people's properties? Like, I would have thought the subdivision would have had to stay within the subdivision.
Through the mayor, I'm sorry, Ms. Carter. This is the first time that the actual outlet of the pond has been brought to my attention. There are drawings that show where it's supposed to go. I've never looked at them.
Okay,
I'm
okay.
under the assumption that's where it's supposed to go, so I'll have to take a look at the drawings.
Okay. What I was hoping for is because it's not my property, I can't go on it. I have my own backhoe, I have my own tractor, that I would be more than willing to help. At one point, I had 4 truckloads of dirt brought in, and somebody called to complain that I was filling in a natural wetland, which wasn't the case. Was it?
Councillor Jarvis.
Do we have was there an application put in to dig this in the first place? And if so, when was that? Do we have that on record?
Through the mayor, that would have been as part of the site, or sorry, part of the development approval process. It would be 87, 88, 89, 86, somewhere in there.
There's nothing in the site plan that I could see that has been sent to us indicating a pond, that's all.
There is a pond in the stormwater report. That was part of the original submissions.
Well, thank you very much. And again, I greatly appreciate you making the presentation, and I fully understand your concerns. I mean, nobody wants property where it's getting flooded out by the neighbors.
Well, I was doing it myself, but when the truck driver came, he told me it would cost, that I would need like 100 truckloads just to bring it up so my property wouldn't be underwater. So I had started it, but you know, at $100
No.
a truckload, it was going to get a little expensive, so.
Well, we appreciate you bringing this to our attention. It's not the first time we've heard that there's issues, but those pictures are very useful to the overview. Thank you for those. And Mr. Sokach, I trust that you'll be continuing to pursue this matter, and council may or may not bring further resolutions. We'll see how that goes. But thank you very much. We appreciate you taking the time.
You're welcome. Do I just pull this out now? Sorry. There, does it just? Thank you.
Councilor Jarvis.
Is it possible, Brad, that we can request that you bring forward an update at some point in time, and maybe a date that you could give us, as opposed to saying say bring us an update in a month or whatever? Do you have an idea when you might be able to have some news to report on this?
Through the mayor, I would expect within a month, if not sooner. If the council likes, I'm happy to send them.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I see that Dr. Pollock has arrived. Are you ready to make a presentation?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Becky Pollock. I'm with the Georgian Bay Biosphere Reserve team based in Parry Sound, but working within the entire UNESCO Georgian Bay Biosphere from the Severn River to the French River. And today I've come to thank you for your support for regional climate action within the biosphere. As you know, we were in correspondence with you some months ago, and we did have a request in there to appoint a liaison, and we're really delighted to meet with Dana, your planner, to continue this good work. So today is a very short summary of what's proposed. As you know, we have enough science to act on climate change. In the last State of the Bay Ecosystem Health Report in 2018, I'm not sure why we're moving so quickly, we were able to access data for climate change impacts in Georgian Bay, so local data for the first time ever. And that was also partly due to the work of the Muskoka Watershed Council with their climate action report. This specifically spoke to 40 years of what we call, my apologies, what we call less ice and warming water. And some of you may have seen this in the magazine, State of the Bay, but the annual average ice cover for all Great Lakes has declined by 71% since the early 70s, and specifically for Georgian Bay, Lake Huron, we've seen a decline by 62%. The peaks and valleys are quite dramatic, and as you know, we just had what I would call a very good winter, a very cold winter. I'm a skier. We love to get out on the bay when it's frozen that thick. But we also have had some quite what we'd call unusually warm winters with unstable ice conditions. And the long-term trend is very clear. We're losing ice coverage. We're also seeing a similar pattern in warming waters. As you see there, the temperature gauge from 12 degrees up to 22 degrees starting in 1980 shows us that the water of Georgian Bay right here is warming on average 1 degree per decade. 1 degree per decade doesn't sound like much. But that is a 10-degree increase this century, which is unprecedented for our ecosystems and, quite frankly, for the planet, where in 2 degrees globally, we lose our ice caps. So while these don't sound very significant to the public, we are alarmed, and we would like to work with you on this challenge. Furthermore, we are already seeing more frequent and severe weather events, such as floods, droughts, and storms. The fire in Parry Sound District last summer was an incredibly scary time of drought where that incident could have occurred anywhere. And we worked with children to talk to them about how it felt to see that smoke coming, and they were terrified, actually. We were in a grade 3 class last week talking about climate change impacts and saying this may become more familiar. The 1 in 100-year storm is now becoming 2 in 100, 3 in 100, as we know from the flooding in Muskoka as well. So what does this mean? This means expensive damage to infrastructure and property, of course. It means increased insurance rates, but increased community vulnerability. And so we would like to see leadership from all councils within the Georgian Bay Biosphere Reserve to show leadership, commit to programs and projects with communities, and to do some of that vulnerability assessment and mitigation and adaptation work. So we're here to thank you for that leadership. Township of Georgian Bay for some time has been part of the Partners for Climate Protection. You may recall, those of you who were signatories to the resolution under the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, that you and 350 other municipalities have signed on to this framework. Working with the Severn Sound Sustainability Group, 7 of your townships have been advancing not only an understanding of how many emissions we're generating here in the township, but setting targets to reduce them. We're really delighted to see that leadership, and quite frankly, the rest of the biosphere could learn from your experience. So we are now looking at your target of reduction. The initial inventory that was done last year, and as you saw in that booklet on the right, which is available online, shows that your inventory generates only about 522 tons of carbon emissions corporately, which is the municipal piece, and over 33,000 at the community level. And I don't know if it's summarized here very well, but the corporate emissions have to do with your own enterprise. The township-owned buildings, fleet, waste, water use, and so forth. The community at large would be transportation, residential buildings, industrial buildings, and the like. Not to forget waste as well. And so this is a very interesting profile because it's the first time we've had this data available. It's your baseline, and it's from 2015 data. So we're delighted to have a summer student with us from Dalhousie University, Ben John. He will be continuing this inventory like you've done here for the rest of the townships and First Nations in the Biosphere Reserve. So that's the baseline, and now we need to work together with what we know as our 7 municipalities and 9 First Nation partners within the Biosphere Reserve that hold jurisdiction within our region. That means I've done this presentation 6 times already, and we're looking forward to meeting with First Nations one-on-one as well. What's exciting is that some of the townships are seeing the urgency that you've seen, and so the town of Parry Sound has adopted this proposal in principle and has started some funding, Township of the Archipelago as well, and it's under consideration by McKellar and Seguin. So as a whole, and I see Carling tomorrow actually, as a whole, I think that we have a compelling case to make that doing this work township by township is just not as efficient as what you've done with Severn Sound sustainability, and we'd like to see the same efficiency up the coast, but with the integration of First Nations leadership as well. So how can GBBR support your community climate action? And just to recall, that is the 98% of the carbon that's being generated. How can GBBR specifically address this with you? We can do it in a couple of ways. Community awareness, I think, is a big piece of this puzzle. In other words, you can sign as many resolutions as you want, but without the community behind you on climate science and climate action, personally, what can I do and how can I save money? I'm not sure that we're going to make as great strides as we need to. This is the most urgent issue of our time. So we can release the state of the Bay on a cycle of 5 years, but within those years we can do education on climate science. We've been doing school curriculum at all levels, actually, grade 1 to 12. We can do citizen surveys here and tools. We can offer carbon footprint calculators and cost savings. Interestingly, we were in MacTier the other day to see the beautiful mural, and we noticed that it was a size of town that could probably be tackled by our team of summer students to do a door-to-door meet and greet and survey of, are you concerned about climate change? What changes have you personally been seeing? And is there anything we can help you with in terms of cost savings? So that's an interesting thing around community awareness, is just having someone show up at your door with a survey tells them that someone's concerned about it. The greenhouse gas reduction tips, these are social media and print campaigns, and we can also showcase climate action success stories, particularly for small businesses. We find that this is an area where we can showcase what green initiatives are already happening. Secondly, the energy efficiency and renewable technologies. There's certain things we don't control. We can't put in major incentives for green technology and electric vehicles. That will come from other levels. That will come from market incentives as well. But we can, like we did with Jennifer Schneier, support the installation of charging stations, for example. And we can do educational events like our Green Energy Forum, which we've been offering every fall, which is a suppliers trade show for solar, wind, geothermal, as well as speakers. We can do specific workshops for energy efficiency with buildings, which are really popular among residents, and we can support community geothermal solar demonstration projects. The town of Parry Sound recently renovated their town hall, or town council chambers, and that was a geothermal project. The final community actions I would speak to are active transportation, including cycling infrastructure, support for bike lanes and bike racks, maybe improve cycling tourism and trails, which I think is a win-win for the economy and the environment to get people active, and commuter rideshare boards. We know that this is a major transportation corridor, and there are potential possibilities for commuting together with simple online tools. I think that could be a really interesting one. Finally, we can support existing best practices, right? So clean marine. There are 52 marinas within the Biosphere Reserve. This is an industry standard that we can promote to reduce plastic waste, carbon footprint, and pollution. Lastly, and I know that there's a lot of interest among food box programs here within the township and community gardens, we can help with that as well. We've established 7 community gardens in Parry Sound, and there's still demand for more. So we can reduce food miles by growing locally, offer food skill workshops for growing, harvest, and storage of food. Greenhouse projects are exciting, especially when we get investors that want to use AI, robotics, technology, and train youth in the industry. We also can connect local consumers with regional producers with some of our food map programs and support farmers markets. Those are just a few ideas that I would propose today for your consideration in terms of tackling climate action at the community level. Our request to area councils, to summarize, would be to indicate their interest to us by appointing a representative to this regional effort. We met in January as an exploratory meeting. Mayor Kutsier attended with Jen Schneier, and we had a good turnout of First Nations and municipalities. Our next meeting should be in July, and we will extend that invitation to your council and staff. Secondly, to consider the adoption by resolution of council to formally join the Partners for Climate Protection program, as you have, and as the Township of the Archipelago just did. And thirdly, once terms of reference are established for the Regional Steering Committee, maybe an initial financial contribution to either support the regional effort in preparing more significant funding applications, or to fund, let's say, an individually tailored municipal climate action plan for your community. And I think that's where we can really work together. I want to thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We appreciate it. Councillors. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Pollack. I was listening quite attentively, and I'm delighted to see all the actions that you're encouraging. As you point out, 98.5% of the carbon generated or footprint that's there is through our communities out there. And I wanted to ask a question in terms of what your thoughts are in terms of the impact of development has on our environment, because essentially what we were talking about here are a lot of things that relate to existing community and activities and so forth. But what is your thought in terms of development, be it, you know, very intense development in some cases, but also just up and down the GBBR, there are big properties that could be divided up into several lots and then subsequently 5 CDUs and 4 boats and all the carbon that's generated from each development. So do you believe that some of these municipalities up and down the shores of Georgian Bay can also have an impact in that regard? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. It's a big question. So firstly, I'm not a professional planner, nor am I an expert in development. However, from my perspective, Georgian Bay is one of the most significant contiguous land-water corridors, as you know, the archipelago, in, quote, southern Ontario. In other words, it's fairly intact because it's so inaccessible to roads, as most of the rest of the province has been. So as a UNESCO Biosphere Reserve, I would say we have a duty to ensure that ecosystem integrity, and that's a lot of what the State of the Bay is about, in terms of monitoring and reporting on the state of impacts. And as you know, the top 3 threats to our environment here regionally are invasive species, climate change, and what I would call status quo development. In other words, my belief is that while we face death by 1,000 cuts and individual actions like CDU purchases, which we probably can't legislate, we do have an opportunity to educate and promote best practices, even in development. And I think there are a lot of sources of knowledge around best practice development. When we look at the coast as a whole, it fascinates me by what a great job we've done in terms of parks and protected areas, conservation reserves that are still managed under the ministry. It is a significantly high area that is quote unquote protected. And so I wanted to point out that we are extremely fortunate, and so taking it for granted, as you say, is actually one of our blind spots. So if we can be leaders in conservation, quite frankly, I was very disappointed that Bill 108 went through last week, because having protection for endangered species, by extension, protects their habitat. So this is work that the GBBR will absolutely continue to do in terms of habitat awareness and species awareness, and we will promote best practices where we can. I can't answer the question, but I do think that with a vision and strategic plan that your council brings forward, we can do those kinds of major initiatives. That's all I could offer today.
Councillor Douglas.
Thank you, Dr. Pollock, for your presentation. I would like to get in touch with you after this session in regards to your community gardens. This is something that we spoke about this month actually in MacTier. So thank you again, because I think it's a wonderful idea and a wonderful opportunity for the communities to get involved in.
Yeah, it's a wonderful thing to see 70 families involved in vegetable gardening, and 20% we're encouraging that those families donate to what we call food programs, local food banks, emergency shelters, and the like. So there's a connection between food and community. I, as an environmentalist, used to think that community gardens were all about reducing our eco footprint because you're getting food from closer to home. But what I realized was that it was a truly engaging area for neighbors to meet each other, for older people who, let's say, have moved out of their home to a smaller unit. They've lost their vegetable garden, but they can still participate and share that knowledge. So there's some mentoring ideas and programming that we could offer that way too.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for that.
Thanks.
Councillor Hazelton.
Yes, also thank you for your presentation. I do have a question that relates to greenhouse gases, and my understanding is that trees and bushes and plants are generally a positive impact on greenhouse gases in consuming a lot of that carbon dioxide. There's a lot of media these days on other plants that are perhaps even more aggressive at consuming. So in our kind of community, wouldn't it be helpful to give us a net number? Because when you put those numbers up and you show the community with 33,000 or whatever it is, and I think, okay, well, we live on a bunch of trees on Georgian Bay and the Biosphere Reserve, but other communities don't. So how can these numbers be fairly compared given the full environment that we have versus the city or more dense village and like city environment?
I think it's a wonderful idea, and it wouldn't be appropriate for me to speak to the calculations done by the Severn Sound sustainability team because they were working with only the data they had available. In other words, you can't come up with results without the data. So they were using 2015, and even in calculating, let's say, residential utilities, you can go to major utility companies, and I'm looking to Ben because he's our data cruncher, and you can find out, the amount of sales in terms of energy, but you can't calculate how many people are burning wood, like I do, and the propane use is a residential personal use as well. You can calculate sort of net sales. But there are a lot of assumptions built into any model, and so I think it would be very interesting to fine-tune the 2015 data, first of all, with a little more depth and context. I think that would be important, including, do we understand the commuting? I just personally think that in this area, people may be moving around for jobs, as well as you know, weekends, seasonal residents as well. So does it capture seasonal residents is my question as well. So back to the carbon sinks, that absorption of carbon by vegetation, another amazing field that we're learning more about, I think, every day. So yes, green space, part of what State of the Bay tried to do was calculate what we called large natural areas. And so working with M&R maps, and it's actually a Forest Resource of Ontario map, we were able to calculate intact forest cover. The target for Southern Ontario is 30% forest cover, and that's an A+, basically. If we got 30% forest cover here, it would be a disaster, because we're carrying something upwards of 80%. And some of our natural cover, let's be honest, is open rock barrens, but that's just the nature of the Canadian Shield. So I would be fascinated to do some of that carbon sink calculation. We've had those similar conversations. And to speak more to the public education element, there is an opportunity for us to start releasing a list of trees to plant in your yard that are climate resilient. So a lot of our species that are naturalized here are going to be moving north. So some of the things are going to start dying just because they're not as drought tolerant, for example. So there are Southern Ontario species and Northern Carolinas that are moving up. And we've produced a list internally about the top 10 trees and shrubs that are good choices in a climate future. So those kinds of tools can get into the hands of the public as well as local nurseries and that kind of thing. So what I would agree with is that more work should be done on that question, and it's a wonderful dialogue for the community. Thanks.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation. Lots of food for thought, and we greatly appreciate it.
Good. I hope you can join us for our next meeting as a regional steering committee. We're quite excited to bring everyone together. We will be issuing a press release to showcase and highlight the townships that have signed the resolution, because I think that it's really important press. We need to highlight the leadership of our councils. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Next on our agenda is the item 6, consent agenda. Be it resolved that Council adopts the consent agenda of June 10, 2019 as circulated. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay. Be it resolved that Council adopts the regular agenda of June 10, 2019 as circulated. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. The next item is the communications from mayor and council. I think last month I started with Councillor Cooper, so this month I'm going to start with Councillor Wienko.
Start in the middle sometime too, you know.
Okay, everybody remember that for next month.
I guess we all attended the Lieutenant Governor's visit to Mactier on May 23rd, so I'm sure we'll all be mentioning that. Other issues I've been involved in the last couple of weeks. On June the 4th, I attended the Muskoka Watershed Council executive meeting up at the district. A couple of issues up there that might be of interest that was mentioned by Patricia today was there is a group of people up there who are working on a quick and easy way of identifying the quantities and qualities of algae in water bodies using a very simple lighting system. And this is being tested in 3 lakes this year, and if it does work out there and is adopted, it might be something that we could use in our water bodies in our township, and it lends itself to volunteers and community working groups that can handle that type of analysis. The other issue up at the district that's very important is the province's commitment to work with the Muskoka watershed, or I shouldn't say watershed, the Muskoka River plan that needs to be developed or revised. And although a lot of the municipalities are more interested in the Muskoka River plan, Muskoka Watershed Council is more interested in looking at the entire watershed, all the way from Algonquin Park through Seguin and all our areas and so on. So there will be some discussions as to the extent of any review that's done for the flooding conditions up in Muskoka. On June the 5th, Councillor Douglas and I attended the MCDA meeting in Mactier, and they have a good head of steam up for a number of issues. And one of them, Cynthia's already mentioned that they want to do some work over possibly in Mrs. C's Park about some community gardens. I think that'd be a great idea if we can get Patricia up there to one of our meetings and talk to the locals about that. On Saturday, I attended the Gibson Lake AGM meeting over at the Baxter Community Center. There weren't a lot of issues there. The main issue is that they tried to pass a set of association bylaws that they've been working on for 2 years, and it got turned down. But I didn't realize if you have bylaws for your association, you have to charge a fee to be it, and they don't charge a fee. And so that's where the problem might arise, that they're not an organization when you can't, when you don't have fees. But anyway, all that work went to naught.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Obviously, the LG visit to Mactier, which is, I thought, a great success despite the weather, and as illustrated to information that came out after the fact. Quite enjoyed that. Other than that, we had a library board after our last council meeting last month. The biggest issue there, really, for the time being, is going to be book transfer set up. They are now looking at doing book transfer by Canada Post. This will be a trial to see how this works out from a cost standpoint, but it is a significant issue. Provincial cutbacks, just generally speaking across the board, as we all know, are going to be impacting a lot of different things, and library is one of them. That was an interesting part of that meeting, and will be probably followed up at our meeting tomorrow. Library board is on as well. But that's it.
I just one thing.
Councillor Wienko.
I just wanted to mention one thing important. I was going to send it over to the clerk to talk about the 6 Mile Lake survey that's been underway for the last 3 years is now going out. And Jessica, can you maybe give a bit more information to our council on this? Because it's going to end up at the table here eventually.
Yes, so the 2 associations on 6 Mile Lake finally came to a conclusion about the survey that they wanted sent out. And last week, we put labels on and individually hand-stuffed 874 letters. and to send out to all of the residents in the community of 6 Mile Lake with information to our website and the Survey Monkey link that we put their survey online for them. And that closes on July 19th.
And the survey will be done online, or they can pick it up, you can get a copy, well, if you phone the township, they can get a paper copy, but it's 11 pages long, something like that.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's online, and everybody has to use their
Roll number.
roll number in order to be able to have one vote for property.
That's right.
Is it possible for you to share a copy of that with the councils, just for their curiosity?
Sure, I can send that out.
Appreciate that, thank you. Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. Like most people sitting at the table here, I attended the LG and MacTier, and I have to commend MacTier on their efforts of, cleaning up the town and just presenting itself in an amazing way. I mean, they really went out on the limb to try and make this the best they could, and despite our very, very rainy weather, our LG was just a great trooper and walked the Main Street down past all the kids holding their little flags in just torrent rain, honestly. It was quite successful, and had a great meeting with her. It was great. It was just lovely to be able to have that opportunity. I also attended the Christy Mills opened up a wellness clinic, which I think is going to be a great thing for our community. Actually, it was quite interesting to speak to some of the people involved in that, and some of the local doctors that will be a part of that as well. I also had the opportunity to represent our mayor and our township in the District of Muskoka Housing Forum and Task Force meeting last week. I sat on the panel with the other mayors of the district and our Chair Klink. It was a great, it's unfortunate that we didn't have more people that we would like to have seen there, more developers maybe, and some other people. But however, there was a big crowd of, I think it was about 100 people, if I'm not mistaken, about 100 people attended. Just in regards to the housing crisis, the affordable housing crisis. And I think that it was a fantastic panel of discussion, and there were circulating stations afterwards, and the information I think will be coming out. Jennifer Schneier was, of course, our EDO was a part of that, very big part of it, and hopefully we'll get some information back on some of the information that was collected after the fact. Also attended the MCDA meeting with Councillor Wayanko, and of course he's already discussed that. And other than that, just some continued conversations with OPG in regards to water levels and so on, and what's going to be happening here in the future, which I will come back with when I have a little bit more information on that. That's it for me. Thanks.
Councillor Hazelton.
May was also another monthly meeting of the library board, so I too attended that with Stephen. I also attended the MacTier event with the Lieutenant Governor. I had a group, a resident group from the Prisk Road Association call me and try to get me to help them get up to speed on what's going on in the township prior to their annual general meeting. So that was an effective and helpful meeting. I attended the Honey Harbor Community Advisory Group meeting. I met with several constituents who have concerns on marina expansion, where they have no idea what's going on, but things just continue to get bigger and bigger and bigger with no notice. When I left the MacTier event, I was with my wife, and we decided that we were, since she had never seen anything to do with Macy Bay, I thought, well, it's an opportunity to drive by and drive down to the end of the road. It was quite interesting as we were driving, oddly, on a road like that where you never expect to see anybody. There were two cars that followed me as I got to the end of the road because I was just crawling along. Turns out it was the developer representative, Scott Kirby, and another fellow. Anyways, so what I discovered about that road, if nobody's been down it, is you're driving along the road and there's nowhere to turn around until you actually get on the property. As it turns out, when I went to turn around, Scott came over and we had a chat, and then we left. But as you've probably seen, there's a letter that suggested that I was trespassing, which I find hard to believe. But anyways, there's also, I've learned from the community that there's a boat ramp on that property that has been widely used by everybody in the community for years and years and years. I understand now there's been a new gate put up on the roadway that blocks it off, so interesting developments there. Back earlier in the month, had another opportunity to meet with another group of constituents celebrating the Victoria Day fireworks. And it was another opportunity to not only see the fireworks that were being displayed where we were, but with many other properties in the area, so it certainly seems to be a very broad event. And then finally, I too attended the Christie Mill Spa open house and got to see all the wild and crazy things that they can do. And they even suggested they could grow hair. Thank you.
Which leads right into Councillor Wojcik.
Thank you, and that would be helpful for three of us. May the 17th, I attended, as most of you know, to the Committee of Adjustments, where we heard two applications that were not subject to a public meeting. We had one item on the consent, and we had 5 hearings to do minor variances at. Very successful day in the Committee of Adjustments. I too attended the Christie's Mill open house and found out there's many things that can be done to the human body that I don't care to have done, but I think they're probably very useful to some people. On the 23rd, I did attend the Lieutenant Governor's celebration in Mactier. There was a ribbon cutting at the mural, which was great. We all had a chance for a photo op. We did a small tour, ended up at the library, and at the library we ended up in a meeting where we had a one-on-one with the Lieutenant Governor, as well as Chief King from the Moose Deer Point area of our township. And that's it for me for the month.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Pretty typical month, starting with the Committee of Adjustment following our council meetings last month. Subsequent to that, following week, district meetings, council. I sit also on 2 committees, so the May 23rd Mactier events with the Lieutenant Governor and Christie's Mill Spa open house. I was unfortunately committed to 2 committee meetings that day, so couldn't attend. But happy to be working on those committees at the district. I've had a number of contacts from a variety of citizens and members of our community regarding both Macy Bay and Oak Bay, and just trying to respond to the concerns that are out there. And also been active behind the scenes, taking some interest in the provincial government initiative with respect to how they may reorganize municipalities. So I'm sort of taking an interest in that area and continue on in that vein. So that's my month. Thank you.
Thank you. Aside from the, I'll call it usual meetings and including district meetings and all that, on May 19th, Lori and I attended the 12 Mile Bay Members Association AGM. That was, at the invitation of Alan Bowers, who has been their president, GBA rep and whatnot for I don't know how long. And one of the little surprises he announced was that he's trying to sell his cottage and will be out of there next year. So we'll have new characters from 12 Mile Bay. But it was very interesting to meet some of these people and hear their stories. And yes, May 23rd, I was also part of the group hosting the Lieutenant Governor. First time since inauguration I had to walk around with a chain on, which felt a little strange, but there you go. Very impressed by Her Honor, including her refusal to follow staff instructions when they kept telling her to get in the car because it's raining. She said, "No, I'm walking. Everybody else is out in the rain. I'm walking." And I was quite impressed by that, and quite enjoyed meeting her. And I think as Councillor Douglas has already observed, the members of that community went above and beyond with all their efforts. And I'd also like to give credit to Jennifer Schneier for all her work leading up to that event, and pulling her hair out and various other people throwing things at her when she thought she had everything under control. So I think it all went very well and very smoothly. It went so well and so smoothly, I decided then to go on vacation and disappeared for a couple of weeks, so I don't have too much further report other than I can tell you. It's very strange to go traveling when people know that you're the mayor. You end up meeting other mayors, being shown township halls or city council, city halls and things like that on the trip. And I don't want to bore you with all the various details, but it was quite interesting for me. I can assure you, Jennifer, I still have my love of roundabouts, having been on many of them in Spain now, that they work beautifully and we should consider them quite seriously instead of traffic lights. It's also interesting to be in places where they have buildings that are many hundreds of years old, and we lose that perspective here when most of the buildings we see are 50 years old at most. And so I think it was very interesting. And I'll leave with one final comment on that might amuse you. That the first week I was there, I was in council chambers on a regular basis because I was taking part in an art program that used council chambers as a studio, including a model who at one day was doing her bit on the council desk. And I'll leave that thought with you. Another possible use of this room. Okay, I just did, and now I'm leaving, and I'm going to hope that CO Kennard can bring us back in line.
All right, I had this weird visual that I'm going to have to push past here. Last month, Your Worship, I had mentioned that we were having trouble filling our student positions. So they are now all full, thankfully, but some of our stuff are running a bit late because it took so long. But I was interested, both I saw on CTV News, there was a piece on Midland and how everybody there was struggling to find students. And then at the housing forum that Councillor Douglas and I were at, that was sort of their number one issue, is they can't find workers because they don't have housing for the workers. So it's not a Georgian Bay problem, it's an everywhere problem. So that was interesting to know that everybody's sharing that pain, because you think students are a dime a dozen, but they're not. And particularly in seasonal areas where there is no housing for them, they just can't afford to come. It's interesting. The fire chief and the chief building official are monitoring the water levels on Georgian Bay. The prediction is that by July and August, we will be over the high water mark. So that's pretty different. So nothing happening right now, but they're definitely aware. And Tony's been out a couple times with Dave, just having a look. That's it for me, Your Worship.
Thank you. Next on our agenda, staff reports. Administration report with regards to the Honey Harbor Public School, please. Is that over to you, Ms. Schneier?
Probably it was quick.
Your Worship, this is with respect to the disposal of the former Honey Harbor Public School, and our CAO did receive notification that the municipality under Ontario Regulation 4498 is allowed to be considered a purchaser in advance of it going to the general public. This report speaks about the possibilities of uses, and that at this level the municipality may wish to identify an expression of interest so that we are able to be part of the process in advance of public sales.
Thank you. Councillors. I will read the motion and then give you one more chance here. Be it resolved that Council directs staff to inform the Trillium Lakeland District School Board of the expressed interest of the Township of Georgian Bay of the former Honey Harbor Public School property. Councillor Bianco.
I can agree to show an interest in it, but I'm worried about what the cost might be, if it's going to be like hundreds of thousands of dollars, which it could easily be. I don't know if the council has an appetite for that type of expense, or the community has that type of expense, unless there's some kind of return on investment on that. Some of the options you have here, is there a return on the investments, or?
So through your worship, you are allowed to purchase it and then you can resell it. So there is that option for the municipality. There's no rules that says that we have to hold it for a period of time. And your first comment about an expression of interest through you, your worship, is that that's all it is an expression of interest. Staff would come back and be able to provide you with information as we receive it with respect to the actual appraised value and market value of the property. So we'll come back and talk to you once we know, but there's been no assessment or survey done on the property at all.
So, just to follow up, so there's a chance that we might get, well, he talks about market value, so there's probably no option to get it under market value. But I would think when you come back, I would like to find out what the potential is, because I would have trouble putting out hundreds of thousands of dollars without a plan, or the option to resell it at a higher price or something, make some money on it or something. But I don't know if anybody has shown an interest in it besides ourselves. So I think it'd be worthwhile to see if other people are interested in it, and maybe there is a buck in it for us to resell it or something like that. But I'd like to get a lot more information on it before we lay out that kind of money.
Well, I think, just for clarification, this here is simply that we've expressed interest. There's no discussion of actually, so.
But once we do that, we're committed to look at the cost. And therefore, if we're going to look at the cost, we have to look at the options for the potential use of that facility. So that's the next step.
But if I understand, you can confirm, but if I understand it correctly, if we put this interest in, we don't have to do anything for a couple of years.
Well, I don't know
There's no urgency.
that would be,
Yes, Your Worship, the school board did say that it can take a couple of years for this process. What actually happens if the municipality or any other purchaser under this regulation is interested in this property, then it would start the process of the evaluation and the assessment. And as Councillor Wanko is sort of suggesting, that we would then be able to have that conversation if we at least identify an expression of interest. You did mention, are there other people that are interested? And we have been told, yes, there are.
Councillor Cooper.
Just for clarification, essentially what we're doing, if we agree to this suggestion, is simply to give us a window on the information. And any other actions that would be taken or not taken would have to be given a lot of consideration. So we can just have our window and then disappear if we so choose.
Through Your Worship, Councillor Cooper, that's correct.
Thank you.
Would you like me to read the motion one more time? Be it resolved, what?
Nothing.
Oh, it won't be part of the minutes? Be it resolved that council directs staff to inform the Trillium Lakeland District School Board of the expressed interest of the Township of Georgian Bay of the former Honey Harbor Public School property. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Next is an operations report with regards to the Gloucester Pool Cottagers Association parking request. Is that Mr. Sokash?
That is, Your Worship. This is the second year we've received this request. I think it's consistent with our policies with respect to supporting cottage associations with our facilities. So the ability to waive the parking fee or suspend the parking fee is not delegated to staff, and therefore we are bringing it to council and asking, and we support that it be waived for these two events.
Councilors, any questions? I have one question. Any idea how much in parking fees we're actually giving up? How generous are we being?
Through the mayor, it's, depending on the weather, between $200 and $500.
Thank you. Councilor Yanko.
I would imagine most of the people coming there would have permits anyway for free parking, so it'd just be those people outside of our township that would have to pay. So Gloucester Pool represents probably over half the number. Our township represents over half the people on the Gloucester pool.
Councilor Wojcik.
Yeah, my feelings on this, that anybody who's attending that annual general meeting pays taxes in this township because they're cottagers, and that it was tax dollars that paid for the parking lot and the park, so I think we should be, yeah, and we should be offering this to them. Thank you.
Be it resolved, the council waive the parking fees on Saturday, July 27 and Saturday, August 24, 2019 at Port Severn Park for events being hosted by the Gloucester Pool Cottagers Association. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councilor Hazelton.
Brad, I see this has come forward in a formal resolution, and the library, which runs the Honey Harbor event, where we don't have parking fees per se, but we have parking fines. The library has indicated they've got an arrangement where the township's going to look the other way and not impose parking fines during that Canada Day Fest. Is there a formal motion that we need to bring forward for that?
I was hoping Lori was going to jump in.
Well, there wouldn't have been if we hadn't have talked about it specifically at council, but you may want to consider it now. We went back to the librarian and said, you really didn't need that formal letter. We've never had one before, and we've worked things out between us, but you've now brought it forward in open session, so you may want to consider a resolution.
So can we just create a motion on the fly here that deals with the Honey Harbor Canada Day Fest in the same way that we have dealt with the Gloucester Pool and Port Severn Park?
I can add it under new business.
Thank you.
Mr. Sokash, I believe the next one is you as well. Or is it, Ms. Schneier? Over to you, please.
Your Worship, we just wanted to make sure that we kept council in the loop as much as we can with respect to any updates about the Honey Harbor 2020 plan. And so this report speaks to our last community advisory group meeting, the advisory group meeting in advance of that, what we're up to, and the directions that the CAG has steered staff towards with respect to communications and a communication plan. Two things of particular interest to you, Your Worship, and all of Council are to sort of save the dates, if you could. I'm sure that many of you will be in Honey Harbor for Canada Day, but it is the will of the Community Advisory Group to set up a booth, and hopefully by that date we will have some unofficial renderings so that we could sort of show them just sort of unofficially. We're not sure about that. Because we wouldn't have had a chance to come to council to show them to you, but if there's a way that our CAO can help us to get that information to you in advance, maybe we can do it that way. The other thing is that on August 17th, the Community Advisory Group would like to have an open house right on in advance of construction and just in advance of the RFP going out for tender for all phases of the construction. It's from 11 till 2, and it will be right on site, and the advisory group is very excited about manning this and being a part of a conversation to be able to answer questions. The third thing is that through the goodwill of Armin and Anne-Marie Grigaitis, we have been offered a 4-panel storyboard that is going to be installed at a location on Honey Harbor Road, right forward of the Delawana, which will allow 24/7 access for the pedestrian traffic to be able to see what's happening in Honey Harbor. So on there, we will, at this point, have coming soon and some sample renderings, as well as some information about the advisory group and contact information, as well as some links to the video and hopefully some cool artwork inside that as well. So I just wanted to put you up to date that you're going to see some content for the Honey Harbor Waterfront Plan in the Gazette, in the Bulletin, at the Oak Bay newsletter, as well as, of course, in our e-news and all communications with respect to the municipalities. So we're starting to talk, and we have good things to say. Not much yet, but we're working on it. Thank you, Your Worship. Your Worship, I apologize, there's one more part of it, and that is the Tobermory piece. And we sent an advisory out to our community advisory group to see whether or not we could, as a collective, travel to Tobermory to see the Parks Canada model that exists for Parks Canada use of a third-party operator to be able to access Flower Pot Island or Fathom 5 National Park, which is a marine park. So we would like to take the advisory group to the community, to Tobermory, so they can experience this and get a feel for what the vision is for Honey Harbor. And this report actually speaks to some financial commitment to help offset the costs of accommodations and meals and the cost of the Tobermory day tripper. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillors, any questions of Commissioner or anyone else? Councillor Bochek.
Thanks for the report, Jennifer. I'm just wondering if you could revert back to the part where you said there was a donation of a, did you say a sign or a sandwich board from the Gregitises for, if you could just repeat that, I kind of didn't hear what you said.
Yes, through Your Worship, Councillor Bochek, the Gregitises have donated for use during the initial phase of the Honey Harbor waterfront plan, Honey Harbor 2020, to be able to provide a storyboard on site that will have content that residents will be able to have access to if they're in and around the site. It's going to answer questions about who can walk where, what is being proposed, some proposed timelines, and then the budget, so that it helps to dispel rumors and create good conversation.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Councillor Cooper.
Just wanted to make a very brief comment when you're examining the activities in Tobermory. Keep in mind that Tobermory is at the end of a fairly major road, A. B, there's a lot of through traffic going to Tobermory to catch a ferry to go across the Manitoulin Island and then connecting with the Trans-Canada Highway. So I think it's interesting to take a look at that area, but I would suggest that the Honey Harbor Road and the amount of traffic that goes through Tobermory heading to the north and then west is apples and oranges. So just wanted to make that one comment. Thank you.
I do have a, Councillor Bochek.
So my understanding is if we pass this resolution, we're also giving approval to spend up to $5,000 on this familiarization trip to Tobermory?
Through Your Worship, that's the request that presented to you today. Councillor Bochek.
Thank you.
But if I read the resolution correctly, that 5,000 is coming out of the money that we've already set aside in the budget, in the total,
Yeah, yes, Your Worship.
out of the 300 or 285 or whatever it is now, 285,000.
It would come out of that budget.
Thank you. I will read the motion. Be resolved that council direct staff to allocate funds in the amount of no more than $5,000 of the project budget to offset the cost of lodging, mileage, and the day tripper on the Blue Heron in Tobermory for members of the Community Advisory Group. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. We're almost at noon hour. I think that we'll do one or two new business items and then I think break for lunch, if that makes sense for everybody. Okay, thank you. So the first item in new business is Councillor Bochek with regards to SegBay funding.
Guess it's turned over to me. The report is fairly straightforward. Basically, to reiterate what transpired was there was a delegation done in front of council, and at that time the writer of the document was not able to do the presentation, and it was presented by someone other than the president or vice president, and there was a typo, and she read directly off the script, and council approved the amount that was written on the script. I think if you look through the history of what the funding has been for the Seg Bay Chamber of Commerce over the years, you can see that this was a clerical error, and so they did receive the funding in the amount that they asked for verbally, but that wasn't what their intent was. So what they've done is they've come back to us with an explanation, basically asking us to top up the amount that the shortfall to the $5,000 mark, which is what we've been supporting them with over the last years. And I said that I would champion this, knowing that it's very apparent that it was a clerical error and an omission and not intentional. Thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
Just a few comments. First of all, I want to say that I think the Chamber of Commerce does some very good work on behalf of the businesses in our community and is a marketing organization for those local businesses. I did note in the presentation, I believe we saw financial statements for this organization, and I can't remember the exact number, but I do recall that there's a balance on the balance sheet. There's something well in excess of $60,000. It may have been even higher than that. And so that is something that we had not seen, I don't believe, for a number of years. So I thought that was interesting that there was that much available to the organization. And so I'm looking, in my mind, why there would be any justification to increase the amount back to $5,000 when $3,000 seems more important or more appropriate. And I would also point out that the neighboring townships are more in line with the $3,000 number than the $5,000 number. So I realize there are more members of this organization in our township than elsewhere, but I think our number is pretty much higher than those neighboring townships. What I'd also go on to say is that recently it's come to my attention, and I wish I'd known this sooner, but I hope we can get to a better spot, that, you know, for some of our community members in Honey Harbor, they, some of them don't have access to clean drinking water, and that concerns me. I think when we look at all the other things that we're doing for our communities in MacTier and this waterfront activity and so forth, and yet I hear that there are some people in Honey Harbor that don't have clean drinking water, that's where money would be well spent. And I'm going to be bringing forward a resolution in the future to suggest that we try and help out with that very basic issue that should be there. And you can say, what's that got to do with the Chamber of Commerce increase of $2,000? I think we need the $2,000 plus a few more thousand to provide clean drinking water for some of our community that do not have cars to go and drive some distance to try and find drinking water, and give that any increase that we're talking about here, we should dedicate to clean water. So there's my comment on this, and I'm sorry, but I can't vote in favor of it.
Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I'm reluctant to approve this as well. I'm concerned that we're looking at a situation now via our current provincial government and the level of austerity that's being pushed onto the municipalities as a result of what the provincial government is doing. And I was going to challenge the original. I was expecting to see $5,000 in the request. I was surprised to see the $3,000. I was prepared at the time to try and talk that down from the $5,000 in the first place, and I'm happy with the amount they've got. They've got a healthy balance sheet, which is more than we said for a lot of other community groups, I'm sure. And in light, as I said, of what's going on with provincially for funding, I think the money that those additional funds can be better spent. That's all. Thank you.
I will read the motion. Be it resolved, the council gives Southeastern Georgian Bay Chamber of Commerce, SEGBAY, an additional $2,000 on top of the approved $3,000 grant for 2019. All those in favor?
Can I ask for a recording vote,
Councillor Vocek,
please? Yay?
Councillor Cooper,
No.
Councillor Douglas,
Nay.
Councillor Hazelton,
Nay.
Councillor Jarvis,
Nay.
Councillor Wayango,
Yay.
Mayor Kutsier,
Yay. Doesn't matter.
defeated.
With that, I'm going to propose, being it now noon hour, that we break for lunch and we return to these desks at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Synopsis of what's been happening. Years and years ago, at the very end of Pratt Road, the road dead-ended, and it was decided that this road didn't need to dead end. It could be continued on to an island and join the island to the mainland. And at that time, when the road was installed, there was a culvert put in, which at the end of the bay releases the water that comes in from the west side of the bay, and it would circulate and go out on the east side of the bay. The culvert that was put in was quite small and didn't allow for circulation in that bay, or what we refer to as flushing. Hence, the bay over time has become stagnant and a real problem to the cottagers that are on that bay. The water quality has suffered. They have some algae blooms happening. There's some very big concerns about the water quality in this bay. I've been dealing with this for just over 3 years now. I've been given all the background information dating back to 1965 on this, and all the efforts that have been made through council, previous councils, previous operations directors, and everything over the past 25 years has been to no avail. It was brought before council 4 years ago by myself, and we did get funding put into the budget to replace the culvert with a bigger culvert. It didn't happen, and subsequently it was removed from the budget in the following year. So now the funding is not in place for it. There was a study done about taking the culvert out and installing a bridge with 2 abutments to allow the water to flow. Financially, that wasn't feasible. To increase the size of the culvert to allow the water to flow at the rate it should be is impossible as well too, because it meant an increase in the height, and this culvert sits on bedrock, which means the culvert would be 4 or 5 feet above the road. The only solution that we've been able to come up with, and when I say we, it's an effort of myself, our planning, or our operations department, and the cottagers on that bay, is to twin the culvert that's currently there. It's the most cost-effective way of doing this. You have a 6-foot culvert presently in there, which is restricting the output. It's felt, and part of the request for the report from planning is that by doubling that size, putting another 6-foot culvert right beside it, economically it's feasible to do. The cost won't be that great. It will increase the flow, and the water quality in that bay will be increased. Unfortunately, this wasn't done originally when this road was decided to be built out to that island to service the people on that island. So the residents have been working with me for the past 4 years to get this done. Unfortunately, I've had to present bad news to them and let them know that their funding fell by the wayside and was used for other things. They haven't given up. They want this to continue, and what this resolution basically is putting forward is to have our Director of Operations come back to council with a report of the costing to twin the culvert and the cause and effect of what twinning the culvert will do. So what I'm really looking for here is support on this resolution to have our Operations Director come back to council with a report with costing and some way to fund this so that we can get this project done. So I hope I have your support on this resolution.
Thank you. Councilors, any comments? Councilor Yanko.
I'll support the resolution because I've been drawn into this issue too. However, what I'm not convinced is that it will make any difference, and it would be nice if we can get some kind of an environmental assessment from somebody that says, yeah, if you increase the flow through that, the area will improve in water quality. But I don't know if that'll actually happen. I don't know if that could be part of the request, that we get some kind of independent assessment as if it's going to do any good or not. I don't know. Depends what the cost is, you know.
Can I address that, Peter? Absolutely. Councilor Rochuk.
I think the cause and the effect part of the resolution wasn't written in there, but yes, that would be very important to have some sort of analytics that does say it will increase. The reason that the residents feel that this will happen is because there is both a wind current and a current that flows through that bay, and each year that culvert fills up with sediment. There's usually about 3 feet of depth in that culvert, and at any time of the year you can go there and that culvert's completely full of sediment from the water flowing into the bay and trying to flow out of the bay. It collects in the ribs, closes it off, and you end up with no flow. And the other part of the whole culvert is there has to be a maintenance program put into place where 3 times a year our roads department goes up there and cleans this culvert, or culverts, plural, out to maintain that flow of water. So that's why I'd like to see a report come back from operations.
And the cost of maintenance should be part of that.
Yes, absolutely.
Councilor Cooper.
Just as part of the consideration, given what I just heard about it being clogged quite frequently, could we not also look into the expense of just keeping that one culvert open? Was there any consideration given to that, or?
Sorry.
Mr. Sokash, would you like to make some comment on this? With keeping all the equipment on your desk, please.
Mr. Mayor, it's actually the CAO who's causing me problems here. What are we talking about, the culvert, keeping it clear?
About keeping it clean.
Yes, we're out there quite regularly trying to keep the culvert clear. Sometimes a years there's not a lot of flow through it, so some twigs and whatnot will build up. There's also a muskrat or a beaver that's active in the area that we're going to have to relocate. So that's the issues that we're having now. And if we put another culvert in, we'll have to see what the geography looks like.
CEO Kennard.
Thank you, Your Worship. If council wishes an environmental assessment like Councillor Wanko is suggesting, you might want to put that in your motion, because I think that's probably money that Brad isn't planning on spending, so we should have some direction to do that.
Councillor Bocek.
I did furnish the operations department with a fairly large binder full of assessments and reports, and Brad is very well aware of all the documentation. It's quite a thick file, and in that file there is environmental reports as well. So I don't disagree with Councillor Wianco that it sure would be nice to know by twinning this culvert how much increase in flow we're going to achieve. That would be an important part of this. So I would like to see Brad, our operations director, spend some time on this and give it its diligence, because I don't think in the past 25 years this has really got much traction and nobody's really paid attention to it. And I think it's something the residents of the south end of 6 Mile Lake are very concerned with.
Shall I read the motion? Be it resolved that council directs operations staff to report back to, with costs, curious grammar, and options for installing a second culvert on Pratt's Road. All those in favor? Carried. Next one is over to you, Councillor Hazelton, on the OMB clarification.
I don't know if I need to talk a lot about it, more that this is just coming back to council. We had previously staff say that they were going to take on this, but I haven't heard anything, and I think it's such an important matter that we need to make sure that it's formally assigned and acted on. Thank you.
Jamie, do you wish to respond to this? Sorry, Mr. Robinson?
Sure, Your Worship. We have looked into the matter with the municipality solicitor. We've also done some research of the board hearing and the evidence that was provided at the board hearing. So we have sufficient information upon which to evaluate building permit applications should they come in respect to their compliance with the zoning bylaw that was passed by the board. We don't see any issues with it, and neither does our solicitor. Thanks.
Do you plan on providing any sort of, I'll call it report or summary to that effect?
If council needs that, we can do that. I'm not sure, it's a staff matter, so I'm not sure the need for it, but it's up to you.
Councillor Hazelton, followed by Councillor Bochek.
I think that this matter is so significant, given the ambiguities in the OMB decision about a 50 square meter trailer versus a 100 square meter trailer, that it is absolutely critical that council is properly reported on what decisions, research, whatever, planning and legal have researched, and what their opinions are, and that those be brought back to council as soon as possible, especially in light of the fact that we have an open house that has already been planned, and I would hate that we have an open house without us having any idea of what the positions of our planning and legal department are.
Councillor Bochek.
Yeah, my question is also for a Director of Developmental Services, and that is, my understanding is that council has never approved, or got to the position or the place yet to approve a site plan or anything on this property. And in the OMB ruling, it was that there was to be no work take place on this property until such approvals were in place. Being that the approvals aren't in place, why is there work going on the property? And it doesn't matter what kind of work it is, but there's work going on the property and without the proper approvals.
Are you jumping ahead to the next item?
I think he is. We're on the trailer side.
Oh, you're on the trailer side, okay, all right. I thought it was a combination of, you've got many items here, Al.
Councillor Wienko.
Many items.
Sorry.
Well, we just got a note from the lawyers, I guess, Mrs. Bull or whatever her name is, indicating that the OMB basically approved 100 square meters. Is that correct?
Your Worship, yeah, that's correct. The OMB, the bylaw that went before the OMB allows for a trailer size of up to 100 square meters. I think it does reference the Z241 standard, which is the park model trailer standard, which is a seasonal standard as opposed to a mobile home, which would be a permanent standard. So the reference related to the Z241 indicates the construction standard of these trailers, that they would be seasonal in nature. And 100 square meters deals with the size, the max size. I think what Councillor Hazelton's referring to is the Z241 standard reference of 50 meter size. And so the difference between those two sizes, and what does that mean? What this bylaw that was approved by the board allows for is a double wide trailer. I'm sure you've heard of that terminology before. So it allows for a double wide trailer, but constructed to a Z241 standard, which is a seasonal type standard. So, and the information that was provided at the hearing by the proponents did show some examples of different size trailers, some smaller, some larger, but up to a maximum of 100 square meters. So that's my understanding of the situation.
So basically, to follow up on that, then basically you could have 250s to make 100, or you can have 150. So I don't know what clarification is required if you allowed up to 100. Could be 250s. I don't. Do they come as one trailer as 100, or they have to come as 250s?
Your Worship, it would come as 250s that add up to 100. They look like one when they're all put together. I think there's some examples if anyone's interested on their website of what some of the different trailers look like, but it allows for a size of up to that. And that was a bylaw that was passed by the board. Staff is clear in interpreting what that means should they come into it for a building permit on whether what they're applying for complies with the bylaw or not. That's That's when the rubber hits the road, so to speak, on that, is in us in staff interpreting zoning compliance and ultimately providing sign-off from a zoning perspective. So we don't have any concerns with the language of the bylaw that was approved by the OMB or interpreting that bylaw.
Councilor Jarvis.
Yeah, I'm still suffering for lack of clarification, so bear with me if you can. Plus my computer went black. The OMB, I'm going with that what Alice stated here. The OMB talks about a park model trailer being built in accordance with the CSA X241, which we just talked about.
By the way, that's a typo, it should be Z241.
Is that, that's right, okay, thank you. And then, my understanding is that the research was done in a Z241 park model trailer is a maximum of 50 square meters. So, isn't that in conflict with the proposal putting something that's 100 square meters on a site when they're talking about a park model trailer that should only be 50 square meters? I think it's a clarification we're trying to figure out.
To your worship, I thought I've explained this, that the 50 square meters is the size that this CSA Z241 speaks to with the size of a trailer, one trailer.
Okay.
The bylaw would permit a double wide, for example, which would be 2 trailers together.
That's our bylaw.
And that's where it comes from. If you look at the bylaw, it speaks towards a trailer unit.
Yeah.
And the trailer unit is comprised of, can be 2 of these park model trailers put together.
I think I think it's clear next year.
Councilor Hazelton.
So I think the lack of clarification here for us continues to be important for it to be completed and corrected. So we have an OMB decision that talks about the CSA Z241, a 50 square meter. We also have something that says it can be 100 square meter. You're telling us now that that's a double wide. That terminology has never existed, doesn't exist in the OMB decision. And so I'm not uncomfortable with the concept. I certainly understand the concept, but I think we need to get an official report from staff telling us how you are going to interpret this. Additionally, we hear the term 180 sites. So 180 sites, does that mean 180 sites of a Z241, or does that mean 90 sites of a Z241 that is now a 100-meter version? So, I mean, all of these questions we can keep asking and asking and asking, but until you come back to us and say, here's exactly how we are going to interpret it, we don't know. And I don't think this is appropriate to have it verbally. I'm quite happy just to leave it as a directive for staff to come back, provide us a written report on all of these anomalies, and have it so that we have it in front of the any public meeting that is held, so that there is clarity for the public when they come forward. Thank you.
Councilor Bianco?
We got a video of it right now. I just don't want to make work. This is just a make work project. I'm sorry, but we have a video, and I'm quite clear on what's going to happen now. And so I think we don't need to have a written report. I think it's been recorded, and it'll probably be in the minutes of the meeting. Jamie's been very clear. I don't see that we have to make work on this particular project. I'm sorry.
Councilor Hazelton?
So Paul, could you tell us how many trailers are allowed on the property of double wide? Is it 180 or is it 90?
It could be up to 180.
180 double wide.
It could be.
Okay, that is,
Yeah.
okay, that is not what most people are interpreting from the OMB decision. So that's why I'm saying 180 double wide is in anybody that I've spoken to, legal and planning and others, nobody thinks for a second that 180 double wide trailers could be accommodated. And when you look at the site plan, they don't have site plan locations for 180 double wide. So I put the question out again. If you can't tell us explicitly what that number is and back it up with facts, then we need our staff to come back to us with a clear decision on how they are going to interpret it.
Councillor Hazelton, we don't have the final site plan for approval in front of us, so we don't know what the total number will be. And as you've already pointed out to us, the sewage capacity wouldn't allow 180 double-wide units regardless.
Well,
So I think we're
pointed
going in
out-
circles
no,
here.
I pointed out that the sewage issue is a question, and we have supposedly directed our consultants to look into that. Similarly, what I would like us as council to do is direct our staff to come back with a report. They've already told us in previous meetings that they would come back to us. I haven't seen it, and so I'm just refreshing the request that they have already verbally told us they would be doing.
Mr. Robinson, would you be willing to type a paragraph in written form and distribute it amongst the council? Because we're wasting our time now going in circles back and forth here.
Sure, Your Worship, I can do that.
Thank you. Can we drop this issue now? Because now we'll get something in writing from Mr. Robinson as to the fact that double-wide units were part of the OMB resolution or findings. So I would suggest perhaps we can withdraw the motion, the resolution, or would you like it read nonetheless?
Well, what you've just asked Jamie for, and he's agreed, is what the motion says, which suggests to me that we've essentially passed it without voting.
Yeah.
Because you've already gotten him to agree with it.
Because I lost my patience because we're going in circles. Be it resolved that council direct staff to research and provide both clarification and legal and planning opinions on ambiguities in column 5, table 11.1 as found in OMB decision PL 140356, Macy Bay. All in favor, carried. Thank you. And yes, that was my impatience. Macy Bay site clearing is our next topic, Councillor Hazelton. And we have 7 minutes.
And I will make it very, very quick. I have had an opportunity to discuss with the clerk who was responsible for the review of these matters, and she has indicated to me that she will be conducting a review of both the requirements, if there are any, to not do site clearing or to allow site clearing, and for the status of this. So I will withdraw this motion based on that conversation with our clerk.
Thank you. I'm now being informed that 1:30 is not a firm deadline, so let's keep on going with these.
He's driving as fast as he can.
Councillor Hazelton, item E is Macy Bay meetings.
So, presuming everybody has read the report, we agreed back in January that we were going to entertain meetings between community expertise, community experts, and the peer review consultants. And that has never taken place. We have had lots of deviations, if you will, from that agreement recently, but I would like to put that back on the commitment that we follow through with what we agreed to back in January.
Councillor Bochek.
Question is to our planning department. In reading some of this material, it sounded to me like the representative of the proponent was not willing to sit down and have this discussion with a resident expert, and they've declined the offer. Am I reading into that correctly?
Through your worship. So after the last, I think I need to provide some context in terms of timeline from the last council meeting. Last council meeting, there was a resolution passed that that we coordinate. There's 2 components of it. First was to coordinate a meeting with Mr. Bain, with the township's consultants, which are the peer review consultants, and then the proponents consultants. That was item 1. We tried to convene that meeting. Mr. Bain indicated that he wasn't willing to meet with the township's consultants and the proponents consultants because he's got a judicial review application appeal in on a decision of the MOE. So he wasn't prepared to meet with both parties in the room. So We offered that meeting, wasn't prepared to meet, so we canceled that meeting. It would have occurred this past Friday. The second, but since that time, I've also been made aware of a letter that was provided by the proponent's legal representative, Wood Bull, that's identified that they aren't willing to meet either. So nobody's willing to meet because of this judicial review situation that's ongoing. So that deals with this meeting aspect. No one's willing to have that meeting with everybody in the room. The second component of that resolution from the last meeting was to schedule an open house meeting. So that has been scheduled. The proponent's consultants and the applicant's consultants are available, and notice was sent out Friday, or Thursday, I think it was. So as far as the meeting goes with Mr. Bain, that has not happened, and it has not happened because he wasn't willing to meet on the terms that council resolved, and subsequent to that, the proponent wasn't willing to meet. So we're proceeding to process the site plan application and continue processing it as appropriate. I will tell council that meeting with third parties as part of a site plan review application is totally unique, I would say. It's not something that's common. The site plan process is typically a process between proponents and the municipality. So it's rare that you would have an outside third party involved in a meeting. I can't say I've experienced it personally. I can't say it's never happened because I don't know if that's the case, but I've never experienced it. That does not preclude someone from providing comments throughout the process or written comments to the municipality about their opinions on various information that's part of that site plan process, which we have to date received one piece of correspondence from the public on the Macy Bay matter, and that was from Mr. Bain. So.
Councillor Hazelton.
So Jamie, there were agreements and beginnings of a discussion to set up a time frame to meet with the peer review consultants and Mr. Bain back in the February time period. And I understand that that it was your decision to shift away from having those meetings, and then we ultimately ended up with this idea to bring everybody together, which was not part of our discussion in January. And in fact, our discussion in January specifically said we did not want the community meeting with the applicant. We only wanted the peer reviewers to get the best possible information that they could on these topics, and to provide an opportunity for the community to meet with them. So we've previously agreed to it. The recent ones, everybody I think understands. Macy Bay doesn't want to meet with Tom doesn't want to meet with Macy Bay. We get that. But we as a township should, I think, want our peer review consultants to have the best possible information available as they are doing their reviews. And we had agreed to that in January, and that's been cut off, derailed, whatever. This is really just putting it back on the table so that we can move forward with enabling our peer reviewers to have the best information available. And that's all we're trying to do.
Councillor Douglas, followed by Councillor Jarvis.
Well, I'm not so sure that this is the right way to be going to begin with, bringing in a third party. I can appreciate what Jamie is saying here. It sounds like Mr. Bain didn't want to have this meeting provided with Macy Bay. Now Macy Bay doesn't want to have it with him. I don't know why we're doing this anyways. If he has comments, why doesn't he send them in for the peer reviews to look? I don't believe he should be a part of this, to be honest with you. And I don't know that it's really council's position to be part of this process that the staff is working on until we actually get a subdivision application put through to us. I think there's a lot of meddling going on here that shouldn't be happening, to be honest with you. I don't think we're even close to the position or the point where councillors should be stepping in to look at what's going on, perhaps what their comments should be, until we actually get all the files in.
Councilor Jarvis.
Yeah, I was under the impression that things have been arranged such that Tom Bain would be able to sit down with the peer reviewers, and that was going to be the meeting that was going to be set up. And I'm surprised in reviewing that we see that the proponents were also involved, are going to be involved in that process. Is there a reason why Tom Bain could not sit down with the peer reviewers, just the two parties on this issue?
Your Worship, that's a difficult question. Like, your council's putting staff in an extremely difficult position here, because it's not common that a third-party meeting occur as part of a site plan review process. The application is made by the proponents, and it's a proponent-driven exercise, not a third-party driven exercise. So if there is a meeting going on about an application, be it this one or some other site plan application, it stands to reason that the proponent should be able to be at the table because it's their application, and listen and respond. If the purpose of any meeting is to, and so to answer your question specifically, can there be at that meeting? I don't know the answer to that question because I've never dealt with that before. But it would stand to reason to me that if the purpose of the process is to get the best information available, to get the best information before council to make a decision, then why isn't everybody at the table for that meeting, particularly the proponent's consultants? So I don't understand the request specifically that the proponents not be at the table. That does not make sense to me. But I'm not able to answer your question with respect to why can't we have a meeting with just those people, just those individuals, by Mr. Bain and the peer review consultants. I've never experienced that before, and it's not typical procedure. Typical procedure is that we process an application in-house, and then when we develop a planning opinion, it comes before council for consideration and approval. But we have not even developed that opinion yet. We haven't made a planning opinion on this application since the zoning bylaw was passed and the UMB hearing happened. So it's a process that we're in the midst of processing. It's putting us in a very difficult position.
Councillor Rienko, followed by Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Jarvis.
Well, no, that was good information because I was under the same impression the two of them could meet, but I could see if it was my property and I was developing my property and the township peer reviewers are talking to another third party, I will be pissed off because they're talking about my property. So I can see their point that they would want to be involved in the process. But if somebody on third party out there has some comments on my property, I would love to hear from them. So I can't see why Mr. Bain can't submit all his questions, whatever they are, to the process and let everybody see the comments and then respond to them accordingly, either accept them or reject them. So yeah, I think it has to be an open process. In order, if you're talking about my property, I want an open process. I don't want secret meetings to happen on the side, and that's what I guess we were suggesting. So I think I want to follow the proper process. If anybody, third party, has any comments on the development, they should submit it so everybody can see their comments and go from there.
Councillor Cooper.
Just for clarification, Mr. Robinson, did we or did we not agree that Mr. Bain would have an opportunity to meet with the peer reviewers without anybody else other in attendance? Did we or did we not agree to that?
Your Worship, I believe that was a closed session discussion, and I can't recall off the top of my head what the resolution that came out of that meeting. But we can have a look and see if we can find what that is. But I think it was a closed session discussion.
If I could follow up. I just think that, what we're trying to do here is get to some clarity, and I'm not trying to bring out a whole bunch of closed session information other than to find out if in fact we made a commitment. And if we did, and we have to break that commitment now, we need to know the reasons for that breaking of a commitment, but first of all, we need to determine if we did it. did make that commitment, so that would be my observation. Thank you.
Councillor Jarvis?
Yeah, I don't want to go too much further. I'm sorry, Councillor Wianko's statement, there is this issue right now, whereas the third party, Mr. Bain, and the proponents are not willing to sit down at the same table anyway, based on the judicial issue that's in place. So, no matter, I mean, the only option available, if it's even an option, is for Mr. Bain to sit down with peer reviewers, because you can't have the other party involved. Either the proponent sits down with the peer reviewers, or Mr. Bain sits down with the peer reviewers, but the three can't sit down together because of this judicial review. Is that correct? I just want that clarity.
Your Worship, I guess that sounds correct. The other request that's been made by Mr. Bain is that everything, the meetings that are held be in confidence, and that can't happen either. It's because of the public process, it's a Planning Act process. So it's making it very difficult to administer from a staff perspective, because we're going beyond what the traditional process is for a site plan application. My message to council is that there is an opportunity for public comment to be provided in writing, so that that can be reviewed by all parties and responses provided in advance of a report coming to council. So regardless of whether meetings are held or not, there is an opportunity for written correspondence to be provided. And I suggest that that's the best, most transparent route that we should be proceeding on at this point, given the circumstances, and that's the standard process. But establishing separate processes for applications is challenging. Right. And I think you've, it's challenging. I'll leave it at that.
Councillor Douglas.
Thank you, Jamie, for that. I would agree that I think that this needs to be transparent. It's being requested that there's confidentiality of the meetings that are going to transpire. Well, that's not what the public wanted. The public wants full transparency. So it would make sense that Mr. Bain send in his questions, his concerns, and make sure that those answers are available to everyone as the rest of the process has been requested. Not to have private meetings and not have the results of those meetings come out.
I think the irony of all this is that Mr. Bain is one of the critics of saying that we're doing all things in secret and there isn't enough transparency, and yet he's requested that. He's also the same gentleman who I believe back in March provided correspondence where he was threatening us. He's now taken the MOE and the proponents under judicial review. My concern is that we make an exception for Mr. Bain, that we're encouraging behavior that he's strongly discouraged in the past. And that is a real concern. And I do not understand, my real question, and Mr. Bain, if you're watching, it's directly to you, why haven't you submitted reports of the information that you want to have be heard? That I don't understand. Sure, I can appreciate he'd like to do things in person. We all enjoy doing that. But there should be a written record of what he wants submitted. And until he does that, I'm not sure why we as a council should be trying to make these exceptions and finding them frustrated. I can read the resolution if you like, and we can vote on it at this point. Councillor Jarvis?
I'll try and be quick, because I'm really conflicted on this. I mean, Macy Bay is a serious item for us as council. It's taking up a significant amount of our time, period. Particularly right now. And I think what everybody has been seeking throughout the whole process is transparency, speaking to what you've just said. So while on the one hand, I want there to be true information being processed through and information moving back and forth for everybody to see, which apparently for some people hasn't happened, I fail to understand why Mr. Bain is requesting a sort of an in-camera session with the peer reviewers if he's got information, as my fellow councillors seem to agree to, is that it should be something we all have access to. In obvious review of the fact that we want to have things as transparent as possible, as you've just stated.
Councillor Hazelton?
So I hear there's lots of concern about having an expert from the community help our peer review consultants get the best information. I've also heard that people are concerned about a non-transparent process. I would ask you, how transparent has the process been with the applicant and the peer reviewers and the township? Because that seems to not be particularly transparent. And so I think that we are potentially shooting ourselves in the foot here. If the objective is to make sure that our peer review consultants have the best information possible, then there should be no reason to object to allowing the expert meet with the peer review consultants.
For clarification, nobody here is saying that Mr. Bain should not submit information to the peer reviewers. You would totally misconstrue that. We are saying that he should follow normal procedure. And I think you should apologize to the council for suggesting that they're trying to block Mr. Bain from submitting information, because that is not the case. We're just asking him to do it in written form like anybody else is able to do. Councillor Bochek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the proof is in the pudding here. Nothing shuts mouths faster than a judicial review. And nothing makes somebody go away and not want to talk about it like a judicial review. Outside of a threatening letter. That's the two things that make people walk backwards instead of forwards. So in the light of all this, and I haven't made comment on it, I think Mr. Bain's knowledge and experience at this level is very important, and I think a proper letter to council detailing what his concerns are would go a long way in the whole process. Then it becomes public.
Shall I read the motion? Be it resolved that the peer review consultants be directed to host key representatives from the community. I think we can rephrase that, saying to host Mr. Bain for up to 2 meetings per topic, each up to 2.5 hours each, to ensure that the peer review consultants have the best information available to fully and expertly review the proposals by Macy Bay Development. All those in favor?
You changed the motion. I'd like to have the motion presented as
Okay. Be it resolved that the peer review consultants be directed to host key representatives from the community for up to 2 meetings per topic, each up to 2.5 hours each, to ensure that the peer review consultant have the best information available to fully and expertly review the proposals by Macy Bay Development. All those in favor? 2. It is defeated. I think it might be appropriate to do one more before we go into closed session. I see our lawyers here. Because Councillor Cooper, you also had one with Macy Bay resolutions, and now that we're talking Macy Bay, we might as well do the final one that's in front of us.
Mm-hmm. So I think we've covered some of this ground, but and responded to some of the ground. So perhaps Councillor Hazelton and I have covered a little bit too much of the same ground. However, having said that, the one aspect that I was concerned about that came up in the last vote was this issue of a meeting with Mr. Bain being in camera, and furthermore, that council could not attend as an observer. And I was under the impression that Mr. Bain was looking for a meeting with the peer reviewers. I wasn't aware that he was insisting on being in camera. I would suggest that if we can have a public meeting with Mr. Bain and the peer reviewers, just as the peer reviewers, I might add, have met with the proponents, So, and the peer reviewers are brought in, by the way, at the request of this township to review the material, then I think it's fully appropriate that Mr. Bain be allowed to meet with the peer reviewers in a public setting, and the council could attend, and the public could attend. So that would be sort of my summary of all of what I've written here. So it would have to be a changed resolution, but that's what I would like to see happen.
We have in front of us at this time, Mr. Councillor Cooper, 3 resolutions that you
Correct.
drafted up, I believe.
Mm.
And the first one is, be it resolved that council has a closed session meeting to review the current standing of the Macy Bay Trailer Park approvals and to issue instructions to staff regarding all outstanding matters, including addressing concerns and impact on the township with respect to the pending judicial review related to the sewage works approval process.
Correct.
Would you like that one to be considered by council?
No.
The second one is, be it resolved that staff post the 2017 application and design plus MOECP approval of the sewage works and any related peer reviews.
That doesn't need to stand any longer because we finally put it on the website. Thank you.
Okay. Now we're down to the last one. Be it resolved that council instructs staff to arrange a meeting between Tom Bain and the peer reviewers who are retained directly by MBDC, and that there are no representatives of MBDC since Mr. Bain and the developer are at opposite ends of a pending court hearing, and that all members of council may attend as observers should they wish to do so, and at the meeting between the sewage works experts due to the highly technical nature of the application, so they can be better prepared when the overall development approvals appear before council for final approval.
So the only change I'm asking for here, the word a public meeting.
Even if we say yes, we've already agreed that we can't, there's not going to be a period, there's not going to be a meeting. So,
I'm asking to have a vote on this particular, because we were talking about it being in camera. I'm saying public.
well,
So it's a different
if I
request.
say, if we say yes, so if we say yes.
Councillor Rienko.
So if we say yes, we've already agreed that there isn't going to be a meeting between Mr. Bain and our peer reviewers.
In camera.
Sorry, one more time. Was it Mr. Bain that requested in camera? Okay.
And I'm suggesting that that's not what my understanding of the request was from Mr. Bain.
Well, the last resolution did not mention closed session. It just said a meeting.
So mine is the third resolution here, and the only part I'm suggesting that we adjust slightly is that it be a public meeting and that council could attend, and we could all be brought up to speed as to what the peer reviewers actually found out. So not just the proponent's understanding, but the fact we would have an understanding. And I don't know whether Mr. Councillor Hazelton could comment on this, but I was not aware of this request for an in-camera session.
There wasn't one.
There wasn't one. So that's a complete mischaracterization as I understand it.
Well, I apologize, that's what I had understood. Councillor Douglas.
Again, I think, through yourself, Mayor, you did make mention of this. If we start making exceptions for everybody, Mr. Bain has an opportunity to provide all the information, questions, any pertinent information through as the process stands. If we start doing this, how many public meetings are we going to be having, or with proponents or with people that want to come? I think it's just, it deviates away from our process. We have a process for people to submit all their information, and I don't understand why we can't have Mr. Bain submit. So it becomes available to everyone to look at, including council, our staff, the peer reviewers, and the public, rather than have another open meeting on this. I think that's, I just don't think it's necessary. There is a method for him to be able to do this.
Councillor Rienko.
If you read the previous resolution that we passed, it says there was going to be there's going to be a meeting between the community and the peer reviewers, and we turned that down. So now you say, well, we're going to have that, even though it's public. What's changed in yours? It still says we want to have a meeting between Mr. Bain and peer reviewers. And we turned that down. Take the word Mr. Bain out and call it community. We've turned that down. So how can we have another meeting if we approve this? If we approve this, you go back to the previous resolution, says we're not going to have a meeting.
Because, Councillor Wanko, we talked about having it in camera.
The resolution, the previous resolution does not mention anything about cameras.
But that was discussed and everybody assumed that it was some sort of...
It wasn't in the resolution.
So then it's a public meeting and we've turned that down too. That's what your interpretation is. I'd like this voted on, please.
Read the previous
Or we can go into closed
resolution.
session. We can take it into closed session when it's another issue, and we can bring some other matters forward in closed session about this. I'm willing to withdraw it and take it into closed session.
Well, if this, you made this as a open session resolution, you're taking it, wanting to take the closed session would suggest that you have information that you think would influence our output, which makes you question why would this would have been an open session resolution if you want certain matters discussed that you believe should be in closed session.
I can clarify that.
Please.
The resolutions that I put forward were put in different places, and I frankly, don't like taking things into closed session, but I think there's other information that we need to discuss, so I'm suggesting that I withdraw it and take it into closed session for discussion and perhaps a vote.
Okay, well, what the clerk is suggesting, I think is a good suggestion, is that you withdraw this resolution at this time. We will be going to closed session later this afternoon.
Right.
And at that point, Macy Bay may come up as one of the topics, and then we can discuss Macy Bay at that point. But not this particular resolution, because this was a public resolution, so obviously, yeah.
It would be...
This is gone. Okay. Because I know we have a member audience keen on the Honey Harbor Marine expansions discussion, I think we should, out of respect, do that before we go into closed session so that he doesn't have to sit here and wait for another hour. Okay. Councillor Hazelton, item G, Honey Harbor Marine expansions.
Thank you. I was wanting to put this forward as a resolution to ask staff to do a report back to council on what has been going on in the southern part of Honey Harbor. The marina expansion down there has been ongoing for 20 years, 30 years, and there has been no public input into the process. The public have attempted to ask questions and get answers, but they've never ever been able to get answers on how things have been proceeding. And so this is simply a request to say, staff, you guys have access to all the information. Please do a review of what's been going on down there and come back to council and give us insights into what has been going on and how it goes on, and hopefully some insight into how the public could get some opportunity to provide comment before things go on.
Councillor Bochek.
As a previous marina owner, I come from this from a different standpoint of view, and I'm going to add my 2 cents here. Marinas have been demanded to expand to facilitate the ever-increasing number of seasonal residents that show up here in the summertime. And if these marinas are not expanded at a rate that is going to service these seasonal residents, the facilities that are in place now are fine for the permanent residents, but our population has increased tenfold over the last 20 years. And these marinas have had to keep up to service these seasonal residents. If I was looking for some sort of way of substantiating what they've been doing without permission, that would be one thing. But a lot of things that go on in a marina to expand our marina don't involve structure. They don't necessarily need to be permitted. So I think more of what maybe would be proper is, have a quick look at the marina to see if there's new buildings and new structures and new things that have gone up without permits. But I think it's evolution of the marina business that it has to keep up. If not, people aren't going to be able to get to their island properties.
I'm going to let CEO Kennard comment before, and then Councillors Wiyanko and Hazelton.
Thank you, Your Worship. To me, this is an enforcement issue rather than a governance issue. So Councillor Hazelton mentioned that people haven't been able to get answers. I'm not aware of any outstanding complaints or enforcement issues that we haven't been aware of or dealt with. So it's hard for us to say, we know what's going on because we haven't had a complaint, but there's a process to go through there. It's pretty broad to say, let's send staff out and have a look at what every marina in South Honey Harbor is doing. If people have complaints, there's a process for that and it should be followed, but it's not typically something that council would get involved in.
Councillor Wiyanko?
Well, I was just going to say, maybe you can Jamie can educate us on here. What authority or responsibility does the township have for expansion of marinas, docks, and what responsibilities does council have? Do we see site plan? Do they have to get some kind of site approval from council or from the township? It's got to get building permits. What's our township's responsibility for expansions, and what's council's responsibility? Maybe we can do an education thing on it.
Your Worship, to Councillor Wiyanko, there's two planning tools really that are available in order to guide development and restrict development on marina properties specifically. So item one is the zoning bylaw. So different zoning applies to different marina properties. They might have different use permissions, but also different intensity of use provisions. How many slips could be available per site. So that's tool number one, is the zoning bylaw. So any building and construction that's proposed, building permit would be submitted and we'd have to check it for compliance with the zoning bylaw. So that's item one. If their proposal complied with the bylaw, then there's no public process. It's just issuance of a building permit. Just like if you have a residential property and you'd like to do an expansion to your dwelling and it complies with the zoning requirements, you don't have to notify your property owner, your neighboring property owners of that intent. The second item is the site plan approval process. So most commercial properties would have a site plan agreement in place. Sometimes those site plan agreements might have included some expansion opportunities. In some cases, it simply recognizes what's existed as of right. If development is proposed that isn't recognized through a site plan agreement, then an amendment to the site plan would be required, and that's an application process. That is not a public process, however. That's, again, an agreement between council or the municipality and the property owner. So we just spent some time talking about the site plan process, how it's typically a process that's a two-way process between the municipality and the landowner, that it's not there isn't a third-party involvement.
So just follow up then. So we don't know if Branding Island is expanding. I guess that's the question. Are they expanding? If they are, do they have the proper permits in place for this expansion? I guess is that where you're going? So do you want to find out if they have proper permits? Have anybody contacted it? Do they have the permits? We can
have a site inspection to identify if there's anything that isn't in compliance with their site plan agreement or whatnot, and see if they've done any works with their permits. It's an enforcement matter.
Councillor Hazelton, followed by Councillor Douglas.
So, thank you, Jamie, for offering that you could go and do some research on this. That's really what the purpose of this motion is. So some clarification for my fellow councillors. First to Councillor Bocek. The expansion here is generally not for seasonal residents. Most of the expansion we're seeing in this area are for liveaboard boats, a complete change in the marina operation from what was there 20 years ago, 30 years ago. We're also seeing a situation where, imagine yourself sitting here on your shoreline, and you used to be able to look out and see the waters across the bay, maybe towards Bosley Island, and now all you can see are giant liveaboard boats. And those giant liveaboard boats aren't getting smaller, they're getting bigger, and the expansion of the docking facilities are getting bigger, and the floating wave block barriers are getting bigger and moving out farther. And off-season landfill is taking place to fill in areas of the land that used to be navigable paths that 20 years ago you'd get in your boat and you'd go out the door perhaps, but now you can no longer go out the door, you gotta go out the window here to go all the way around. And so the neighborhood are having these experiences and have no idea how it's happening. And all this is attempting to do is provide some insight into, help us understand what's going on. That's all. Like, what is going on? How do these things happen? How do we, as if we were all cottagers on this shoreline, how do we lose all of our riparian rights to enjoy our property because we used to have lots of waterfront in front of us and now all we have are boats? So basically, these properties that used to be Georgian Bay waterfront are now essentially marina properties. So it's happening. I can guarantee you, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that it's happening. I can take you there to show you that it's happening. We'd just like to understand how it's happening. That's very simple.
Councillor, was it Douglas and then Jarvis?
I'll just make a quick comment. So I would like to say thank you for bringing it to our attention because it's probably not maybe the only marina. However, there is a process to go through, to a complaint process for that to be initiated. And I think that is through our building department, if I'm not mistaken, to get the process started. So perhaps that should happen. And I don't know that we can actually discuss it because it's not our process at this point, but I agree that there maybe is a problem there.
Councillor Jarvis.
There obviously is a site plan for Brandy's Island, would that be correct? It'd be nice to even just have a look at that, to see how it compares with what some of us are seeing there today.
Your Worship, I'm not that familiar with Brandy's Island, so I would have to look it up.
Councillor Hazelton, Councillor Bocek.
I am concerned that I'm being read the official policy process. There have been complaints in the past that have gone nowhere. There have been meetings with staff from Township on the property with the residents that have gone nowhere with no answers ever provided. So this is an attempt to, once and for all, let's provide some direction, ask staff to do a little bit of research and help us understand what's going on. That's all I'm asking, you know, if...
Councillor Bocek?
Yeah, I'm going to direct this towards Jamie again. I think most of council is familiar with the bylaws concerning most of our zoning being residential, seasonal residential, but marinas obviously carry a commercial zoning, which has a whole different set of parameters on what you can and can't do with the property. And just from personal experience, I know that my marina was owned by, I leased the property from the M&R and owned the water lot. Or leased the water lot from the M&R, and they were the controlling body on how much I could expand my docks. And the Township of Tay had really nothing to say about it. It was all done through the M&RF. So maybe coming back and educating us on what marinas are allowed to do within their zoning would help us out quite a bit. Now that Councillor Hazelton has had an ability to elaborate on his resolution, I do understand some of the points he's making. And if there is uncontrolled development at the marina level that exceeds what's on the site plan, then there should be something done about it. There should be enforcement. And so a good part of this resolution I understand and would support. There's some things in it that I don't. I'll have to make that decision whether I support the resolution or not. But I think some education on what this, I believe it's the marina would be C2 or one of those designations, what is actually allowed to happen there, because I don't know, and for me to make a decision on supporting something, I should really know.
With that, I'm going to go right into the resolution, because basically you're asking support and request for a report, not making a decision on whether what they're doing is right or wrong. The resolution reads, be it resolved that council directs staff to provide a complete report on the expansion of the marina facilities at Brandy's Island Resort and Marina and the marina at 42 Brandy's Island Road, including permits approved by the township and or other governing bodies. Councillor Wienko.
Well, first of all, we don't know if they're expanding. And I don't know if we need a complete report. Those are the two issues I have. This should be investigated. And I think we should probably take maybe a two-step situation where we handle it as a complaint. They go out, they see what they're doing, and they check with the site plan if they have it. And if they're in compliance to the site plan, then, quick report back to us. If they're out of line and they're beyond their site plan, yeah, then they need to have a stop and a cease order or whatever. But take it in a two-step situation. But we don't know if they're expanding, and I don't know if we need a complete report right now, but definitely it has to be looked into, maybe in a two-step process. If that's clear, if that can be clarified,
well,
I'll support it.
I think both Councillor Bochek's request and your request don't require a resolution, and it's just a direction to staff to come back to us. And if Councillor Hazelton would accept that, then we don't have to spend the time trying to reword this. We're simply asking. But Councillor Bochek.
My question is going to be to our CAO or to our planning department. Our previous director of developmental services was deputized as a bylaw officer. Do we have anybody in the planning department now currently deputized as a bylaw officer?
Thank you, Your Worship. He wasn't deputized as a bylaw officer.
I thought he was.
He did zoning matters, which is different than regular bylaws. It's not required.
Okay. So we have nobody in the planning department that can really enforce anything.
No, that's not correct either.
Okay.
Yeah,
I need to get a better understanding here because I'm.
Will you just turn your microphone off for a minute?
Yeah.
Okay. So I have taken over. I've taken over the enforcement side of planning since the vacancy of the Director of Development Services. So what I was just stating to the mayor is that in previous meetings, a matter like this has come up, and the resolution was withdrawn because now that this complaint is made aware of staff and staff are aware of this, we will now take this upon ourselves to go and investigate. So in my opinion, I don't think this resolution is needed because a report might not be needed to come back to council if it turns out that everything happening, if something is happening, is legal and following all the bylaws. You might not need to have a report back. Typically, we wouldn't report back anyways. But now that we are aware of this address and the situation, we will take it upon ourselves to go and look at it.
Councillor Hazelton.
I'm comfortable with you, Jessica, taking that initiative. What I feel I need as being responsible to my residents, voters, is that they understand, and this is why the report, they understand if things that are being done are legal and approved, that we help them understand how those things are legal and approved. If they're not, then obviously there's likely action that we can take. But right now, for the last 20, 30 years, things have been going on and they have no idea how they go on. And if we could clearly understand how these things take place, then We might want to change things in the future, but we have no idea. So I'm willing to withdraw the report if you can not only investigate, but also report to council.
I will. I don't think it's not appropriate, but I don't think it's required to come back to a council meeting. But I think it's definitely something I can email the status information to council after investigating.
Okay. Councillor Douglas, would you be willing to postpone yours until after closed
Yeah,
session?
absolutely.
Okay,
Just-
so
yeah.
let's do the closed session.
Yep.
Um,
It's probably-
Okay, thanks. That's, it is it? Okay. The resolution is on our agenda, so I'm just going to ask all those in favor of going into closed session as per on the agenda. A couple of people aren't paying attention, but I'll say carried, because we have a majority who are paying attention. Yes.
No.
Oh.
Well, yes, but you can do there.
Oh.
And, the time there.
All right, at 2:13 p.m. Okay. Okay.
You want email or? Go to it. You get mine too, Tony?
The motion before us reads, be it resolved, the Council of the Township of Georgian Bay rise from closed session at 5 p.m. without a report. Without a report. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay. The next topic, I believe, is over to you, Councillor Douglas.
I think it's a fairly long resolution and report. I think, I don't think I'm the only one of this opinion, but I think there has been some substantial breaches in our policies with harassment in the workplace, and Occupational Health and Safety Act as well. I brought it on the table because I think we're in threat of losing staff, if not maybe have lost a staff because of some of this is going on. And I don't know if anybody wants to speak to this further, but I really feel it's important that we take a look at this and get you to read through it. And if anybody has questions about this or feels that they have a lack of understanding of what our obligation is, that they speak up and that we get some more training or something, because what I've been witnessing coming through in correspondence has just been quite appalling, actually, in my opinion. So I would appreciate if you'd read through that. Peter, it's fairly lengthy, but I think it's important.
I will read the motion then.
Please.
The motion reads, whereas members of council recognize their obligation under provincial statutes, township policies, and the code of conduct that all workplaces be free from harassment and that any instance of harassment be immediately addressed in accordance with policies and code of conduct compliant processes and remedies. Be it resolved that all members of council acknowledge that they have received and fully understand the content of the Occupational Health and Safety Act, the Township of Georgian Bay harassment policy, and respect in the workplace policy as defined by the policies, and that council strongly condemns any contravention of the above provincial legislation and township policies, and that any council member found in violation of any part of the respect in the workplace policy, harassment policy, or council code of conduct will be dealt with according to the municipal act and by all means available. Any discussion? Councillor Jarvis.
I'm in agreement with everything that's been said there. I'm not so sure about the resolution though, because this isn't something we covered back on our first days on council. So basically it's a reminder, which is good to have. I don't know that we need it as a resolution.
No, I would like to have it as a resolution.
Councillor Douglas?
I would like to have this as a resolution. Okay. I'd like it a recorded vote as well.
Councillor Bochek.
I think I'm going to refer back to my years' experience here being a councillor and the things that I've learned. And one of the things I've learned is that we all have differences in opinion. And a lot of time our difference in opinion collide with staff. And it's very easy to use your power as a councillor to belittle staff. It's very simple to do. We're granted a power and we exercise that power, sometimes misdirected. And through my education, I found that the best way to misdirect your anger is at the CAO. And once the CAO hears where your anger is coming from, the CAO has made recommendations. You should go directly to that department head and speak to them about this matter, and this is how you should address it. I think we've been giving liberties to council members and God bless Lori for allowing us to do this. It doesn't happen in every township that we have the ability to go directly to senior staff and speak to senior staff. That's not afforded every councillor in this province. A lot of the communication is through the CAO. So if we abuse what we've been granted, it's going to get taken away from us. So I agree 100% with reiterating the policy that we have in place, which Councillor Douglas has done today. And I don't want my pipeline to senior staff cut off. So please, as a council member, read the policy and abide by the policy. Because if you don't, we're all going to lose our rights.
Any other councillor wish to speak to this? Councillor Hazelton.
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Jarvis on this. This is something we've already signed. I get nervous when I see additional language that appears to look like the same thing that we have previously signed as part of our duties and responsibilities, and wonder if there is additional words in there that may mean something different than what we've signed. And so I'm uncomfortable changing away from what we signed when we were first inaugurated, and the responsibilities that we kind of signed up for at that point in time.
Councillor Cooper.
Just like to say that I support the sort of intent. I have the same concerns with respect to having already signed documents to this effect, so that's my concern. Thank you.
Councillor Douglas.
Well, if everybody seems to have a problem with signing this because they think there's additional wording, perhaps we need to call a deferral and have you check this with the Integrity Commissioner. But I think it's important that everybody acknowledge that they understand, because from what I've been seeing with correspondence, there is a lack of understanding here. And certainly people are not following what they signed. So if that is the case, then I would ask that people take the time and get this checked and come back to this resolution. And if it needs to be reworded, so be it. But the demonstration in the past month and past few months has been appalling, and certainly hasn't upheld the policy to my understanding.
Councillor Douglas, this is your motion. Would you like me to read it again and have a recorded vote as you originally requested, or would you like to defer? Okay. I will read it one more time. Whereas members of council recognize their obligations under the provincial statutes, township policies, and the code of conduct, that all workplaces be free from harassment, and that any instance of harassment be immediately addressed in accordance with policies and code of conduct complaint processes and remedies. Be it resolved that all members of council acknowledge that they have received and fully understand the content of the Occupational Health and Safety Act, the Township of Georgian Bay harassment policy, and respect in the workplace policy as defined by the policies, and that the council strongly condemns any and that council strongly condemns any contravention of the above provincial legislation and township policies, and that any council member found in violation of any part of the respect in the workplace policy, harassment policy, or council code of conduct will be dealt with according to the municipal act and by all means available. And I believe she asked for a recorded vote.
She sure did.
Can I just say something before we vote?
Certainly.
I do believe that the Integrity Commissioner has reviewed this resolution,
That's correct.
and so that's why I'm going to vote for it, because she's reviewed it and she's agreed to it.
Okay. Councillor Douglas?
Yay.
Councillor Hazelton?
Nay.
Councillor Jarvis?
Nay.
Councillor Wyanko?
Yay.
Councillor Bocek?
Yes.
Councillor Cooper?
No.
Mayor Kutsier?
Yes.
Carried.
Okay, the next one. Bylaws, appointment of municipal law enforcement officers. And who is speaking to that?
This is an annual appointment bylaw that we appoint the Fire and Protection Services students as municipal law enforcement officers, and also we have included the name of the deputy fire chief as well.
Any discussion? Councillor Rienko.
Yeah, I actually had a constituent phone me up and said, why do we need 3? bylaw enforcement officers. So maybe you could summarize what each one's going to be doing. I think I know the reason, but.
2 of them are students, and we do this every year.
Yep.
And it involves having enforcement on the weekend, not just 9 to 5, because this is summertime.
Yep.
And the deputy fire chief, I think it was an oversight that we did not appoint him, because it's part of his role. I think it's mandated that you need this.
And isn't, I don't know, but isn't our bylaw enforcement officer existing going somewhere, or no?
Not at the moment.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Be it resolved that council adopts bylaw 2019-68, being a bylaw to appoint Jordan De Silva, Chad Dowell, and Kira McCarran as municipal law enforcement officers. All those in favor? Carried. Be it resolved that council adopts bylaw 2019-72, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the June 10, 2019 meeting. All those in favor? Carried. Be it resolved the council does now adjourn at 5:12 p.m. until Tuesday, July 9th, 2019 at 9 a.m. or at the call of the chair. All those in favor? Carried. I believe that's it.
That is it.
Thank you.
Until tomorrow morning at 9. You can have home. Yes, please.
First one over there is almost the notebook.
Okay, so see you later.